Have you ever felt like your mind is no longer your own, pulled in every direction by stress, distractions, and endless demands? Like no matter how hard you try, peace always seems just out of reach. What if I told you that there's a way to reclaim control, not just over your thoughts, but over your entire way of being? A method forged over 2,000 years ago by some of history's greatest thinkers. Welcome to a full guide on using Stoicism to take back control of your mind. In a world overflowing with noise, urgency, and emotional overload, Stoicism offers something radical: stillness, focus, inner strength. It's not about suppressing emotion or pretending life is easy. It's about facing reality with clarity, building resilience from within, and aligning your actions with timeless wisdom. In this guide, we'll uncover how Stoic principles can help you manage your thoughts, quiet your inner chaos, and lead a life grounded in intention. Ready to stop reacting and start choosing? Let's begin. Have you ever found yourself questioning the sincerity of those closest to you? That nagging feeling when someone's warm smile doesn't quite reach their eyes, or when congratulations feel hollow and forced. In our complex social world, the ability to distinguish between genuine care and hidden malice has become not just useful, but essential for our emotional well-being and personal growth. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood this challenge intimately. They recognized that human nature contains both nobility and darkness, and that wisdom lies in our ability to perceive these qualities accurately in others. Through centuries of observation and reflection, they developed profound insights into human behavior that remain as relevant today as they were in ancient Rome. The reality is that jealousy and deception often wear masks of friendship and support. They lurk behind enthusiastic congratulations at office parties, hide within seemingly caring advice from friends, and masquerade as concern in family gatherings. These hidden emotions create a dangerous undercurrent in our relationships, capable of undermining our peace of mind and corrupting the bonds we hold dear. Consider the last time you achieved something significant in your life. Perhaps it was a promotion at work, a personal milestone, or recognition for your efforts in some endeavor. As you basked in the glow of accomplishment, surrounded by people offering their congratulations, did you notice something subtle yet unsettling? Maybe it was a forced smile that didn't match the words being spoken, or perhaps an enthusiasm that felt calculated rather than spontaneous. These moments reveal the complex nature of human relationships and the challenge we face in navigating them authentically. The Stoic tradition offers us powerful tools for this navigation, grounded in principles that have weathered the test of time and proven their worth across cultures and centuries. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, spent much of his life surrounded by individuals whose motivations were often questionable. Court life presented him with constant examples of flattery, manipulation, and hidden agendas. His observations, recorded in his personal journal that we now know as Meditations, provide invaluable insights into recognizing and dealing with insincerity in human relationships. The first principle that emerges from Stoic wisdom is the fundamental importance of observing actions rather than merely listening to words. This concept goes to the heart of human nature and the way we reveal our true selves through what we do rather than what we say. Words are easily manipulated, carefully crafted, and strategically deployed to create impressions that may bear little resemblance to reality. Actions, on the other hand, require commitment, energy, and often reveal our priorities and values in ways that words cannot hide. When we observe someone's behavior patterns over time, we begin to see the authentic person beneath the social facade. The colleague who promises support but consistently fails to deliver. The friend who speaks of loyalty but disappears during difficult times. Or the family member who offers help but always finds excuses when called upon. These patterns of behavior tell us far more about their true character than any declaration of friendship or commitment ever could. This principle of observation requires patience and careful attention. It means resisting the human tendency to take people at their word and instead developing the discipline to watch for consistency between stated intentions and actual behavior. It means noting the small things, how someone treats service workers when they think no one important is watching, whether they follow through on minor commitments as well as major ones, and how their behavior changes when circumstances shift. The Stoic approach to this observation is not cynical or suspicious by nature. Rather, it is realistic and wise, acknowledging that human beings are complex creatures capable of both great kindness and significant self-deception. By observing actions, we protect ourselves from the disappointment and potential harm that can result from misplaced trust, while also positioning ourselves to recognize and appreciate genuine sincerity when we encounter it. One of the most revealing tests of character comes in how people respond to our success and achievements. This response often serves as a window into their deepest feelings about us and about themselves. Genuine friends and supporters experience what psychologists call sympathetic joy. They feel genuinely happy for our accomplishments because they care about our well-being and growth. Jealous individuals, however, experience our success as a threat to their own self-worth or position. They may intellectually understand that they should be happy for us, but emotionally, our achievements trigger feelings of inadequacy, competition, or resentment. These feelings often manifest in subtle but detectable ways. The congratulations that come with a slight edge, the immediate pivot to discussing their own accomplishments, or the tendency to minimize our success by attributing it to luck, timing, or other external factors. Pay attention to the language people use when discussing your achievements. Supportive individuals will use words that celebrate your effort, skill, and dedication. They will ask questions about your experience and show genuine interest in your journey. Jealous individuals, conversely, often use language that diminishes your role in your own success or that subtly undermines the significance of what you have accomplished. This pattern becomes particularly clear when you observe how the same people react to others' successes. Do they consistently show the same diminishing response when anyone in their circle achieves something noteworthy? Do they have a pattern of finding ways to critique or minimize others' accomplishments while being defensive about their own? These behaviors often indicate a deeper insecurity that expresses itself through jealousy and subtle sabotage. The way people treat those who cannot benefit them provides another crucial window into their character. This principle, deeply rooted in Stoic thought, recognizes that our treatment of the vulnerable, the powerless, and those who can offer us nothing reveals our truest nature. When we interact with people who have something we want or need, whether it's professional connections, social status, or material resources, we naturally tend to be on our best behavior. The real test of character comes in how we treat those who fall outside this category. Watch how people interact with service workers, subordinates, elderly individuals, or anyone who occupies a lower position in social or professional hierarchies. Do they maintain the same level of courtesy, respect, and consideration they show to their superiors or peers? Or do they display impatience, condescension, or outright rudeness when they believe their behavior won't have consequences for their own position or interests. This observation extends beyond mere politeness. Notice whether people show genuine empathy and concern for others' well-being, regardless of those individuals' ability to reciprocate. Do they offer help without expecting recognition or reward? Do they demonstrate patience with those who may move more slowly or understand things differently? Do they show respect for people whose life experiences and perspectives differ from their own? The significance of this observation lies in what it reveals about a person's fundamental worldview and values. Those who treat all people with consistent dignity and respect demonstrate a character grounded in genuine principles rather than mere social calculation. They recognize the inherent worth of every individual and act accordingly, regardless of personal benefit or social pressure. Conversely, those who show kindness only when it serves their interests reveal a transactional approach to human relationships. They view other people as means to their own ends rather than as individuals deserving of respect and consideration. This mindset often correlates with jealousy and deception because it reflects a fundamentally self-serving approach to life that puts personal gain above ethical considerations. The distinction between sincere praise and calculated flattery represents another crucial area of observation. Genuine compliments arise from authentic appreciation and recognition of specific qualities, achievements, or efforts. They are proportionate to the accomplishment being acknowledged and are given without expectation of return. Flattery, on the other hand, is excessive, generic, and often feels disconnected from reality. Learning to recognize flattery requires developing sensitivity to both the content and the context of praise. Excessive compliments that seem disproportionate to the actual accomplishment should raise questions about the giver's motives. Generic praise that could apply to anyone in a similar situation often lacks the specificity that comes with genuine observation and appreciation. Most tellingly, flattery often comes with strings attached. It precedes requests for favors, appears when the flatterer needs something, or is part of a pattern of manipulation. The psychological impact of flattery can be particularly insidious because it appeals to our natural desire for recognition and validation. When we receive excessive praise, especially during moments of vulnerability or self-doubt, we may be tempted to accept it uncritically because it makes us feel good. However, the Stoic approach encourages us to maintain emotional equilibrium regardless of external validation, positive or negative. This doesn't mean becoming suspicious of all compliments or unable to appreciate genuine recognition. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to distinguish between authentic appreciation and manipulative flattery. It means grounding our self-worth in our own values and efforts rather than in others' opinions, even positive ones. When we achieve this internal stability, we become less susceptible to manipulation through false praise while remaining open to legitimate feedback and genuine appreciation. Consistency in behavior across different situations and relationships provides perhaps the most reliable indicator of genuine character. Human beings are naturally complex, and we all show different facets of our personality in different contexts. However, there should be a recognizable core of values and principles that remains constant across these variations. Observe how people behave when they think they are unobserved versus when they know they are being watched. Notice whether their treatment of different people reflects consistent principles or varies dramatically based on what they can gain from each relationship. Pay attention to whether their expressed values align with their actual choices when those values are tested by challenging circumstances. Inconsistency often reveals itself in subtle ways. The person who speaks passionately about honesty but regularly tells small lies for convenience. The individual who claims to value loyalty but quickly abandons relationships when they become challenging or less beneficial. The colleague who presents themselves as team-oriented in meetings but consistently pursues personal advantage at others' expense. These inconsistencies don't necessarily indicate malicious intent, but they do suggest a lack of self-awareness or a willingness to compromise stated principles when it serves personal interests. In relationships, such inconsistency can create confusion, disappointment, and instability because we never know which version of the person we're dealing with at any given moment. The most dangerous form of inconsistency comes from those who deliberately present different faces to different people as part of a calculated strategy to maximize their advantage in each relationship. These individuals may be charming and supportive to your face while criticizing or undermining you behind your back. They may present themselves as trustworthy confidants while simultaneously betraying the trust others have placed in them. How people handle criticism offers profound insights into their character and emotional maturity. Criticism, even when constructive and well-intentioned, challenges our self-image and forces us to confront the gap between our idealized self-perception and external reality. The way we respond to this challenge reveals much about our commitment to growth, our security in our identity, and our willingness to engage with uncomfortable truths. Mature, secure individuals approach criticism as a source of valuable information. They may not enjoy the experience, few people do, but they can separate their emotional reaction from the content of the criticism and evaluate it objectively. They ask questions to better understand the perspective being offered, thank those who take the time to provide feedback, and genuinely consider whether changes might be beneficial. This doesn't mean accepting all criticism uncritically or allowing others to abuse us under the guise of constructive feedback. Wise individuals distinguish between criticism that comes from a place of genuine concern and that which stems from jealousy, competition, or malice. They consider the source, the motivation, and the manner of delivery when evaluating feedback. Those who react to criticism with immediate defensiveness, anger, or counterattack often reveal deeper insecurities and a fragile sense of self-worth. Their harsh reactions may stem from fear that the criticism contains truth they are not ready to acknowledge, or from a worldview that interprets any challenge to their actions or decisions as a personal attack on their entire worth as a person. Pay particular attention to those who respond to criticism by attacking the credibility or character of the person offering it. This deflection strategy attempts to discredit the source rather than engage with the substance of the feedback. While this response may provide temporary emotional relief, it ultimately prevents growth and often damages relationships with people who care enough to offer honest perspectives. The tendency to make unconscious comparisons reveals another layer of human psychology that can indicate jealousy and insecurity. We all engage in comparison to some degree. It's a natural part of how we understand our place in the world and evaluate our progress. However, there's a significant difference between healthy self-reflection that uses comparison as a tool for growth and jealous comparison that seeks to diminish others or elevate oneself at others' expense. Listen carefully to how people talk about others' achievements and circumstances. Do they consistently frame others' success in comparison to their own situation? Do they find ways to minimize others' accomplishments by pointing out areas where they believe they perform better? Do their comparisons seem designed to make themselves feel better rather than to genuinely understand or appreciate different approaches to life? Jealous individuals often cannot celebrate others' success without immediately finding ways to assert their own superiority or to diminish the significance of what others have achieved. They might say things like, "That's nice, but I prefer my approach because," or, "Yes, they did well, but they had advantages I didn't have." These responses reveal an inability to appreciate others' achievements on their own merits. Conversely, secure individuals can acknowledge others' success without feeling threatened by it. They can appreciate different approaches and achievements without constantly measuring them against their own. They understand that life is not a zero-sum game where others' success diminishes their own worth or opportunities. The pattern of comparison often extends beyond achievements to personal qualities, relationships, and life circumstances. Pay attention to those who consistently find ways to position themselves favorably in comparison to others, whether through subtle put-downs, backhanded compliments, or the strategic sharing of information that makes others look bad while making themselves appear superior. How people handle their own failures provides perhaps the clearest window into their character and emotional maturity. Failure is an inevitable part of human experience, and our response to it reveals our deepest beliefs about responsibility, growth, and self-worth. Those who approach failure with honesty and a willingness to learn demonstrate resilience and integrity that extends to all areas of their relationships. Secure individuals acknowledge their mistakes without excessive self-flagellation or dramatic displays of remorse. They take responsibility for their role in negative outcomes, analyze what went wrong, and make concrete plans for improvement. They may feel disappointed or frustrated, but they don't allow these emotions to prevent them from learning and growing from the experience. They also don't waste excessive time and energy seeking to blame others or external circumstances for their failures. While they may acknowledge factors beyond their control, they focus primarily on what they could have done differently and how they can apply those lessons going forward. This approach demonstrates both humility and strength. Humility in acknowledging imperfection, and strength in taking ownership of their choices and their future. In contrast, those who respond to failure by immediately seeking to blame others reveal a fundamental unwillingness to take responsibility for their own lives. They may create elaborate explanations for why their failure was really someone else's fault, focus obsessively on external factors they couldn't control, or even fabricate stories that paint them as victims of others' incompetence or malice. This blame-shifting behavior often indicates deeper issues with jealousy and deception. People who cannot acknowledge their own failures are often unable to genuinely celebrate others' successes. They view life as a competition where they must always be right, always be the victim when things go wrong, and always find ways to maintain their self-image as superior to those around them. The way people share personal information, both their own and others, reveals important aspects of their character and trustworthiness. This sharing happens on a spectrum from complete openness to calculated disclosure, and understanding where someone falls on this spectrum can help us gauge their sincerity and reliability. Genuine individuals share personal information in ways that feel natural and appropriate to the level of relationship and the context of the conversation. They may be private about certain aspects of their lives, but their sharing feels honest and unforced when it does occur. They don't exaggerate their accomplishments or fabricate experiences to impress others, nor do they diminish their genuine achievements out of false modesty. When discussing their failures or challenges, authentic people strike a balance between taking appropriate responsibility and acknowledging external factors that contributed to the situation. They share these experiences in ways that demonstrate learning and growth rather than seeking pity or excuses. Their stories have the ring of truth because they include the complexity and nuance of real human experience. Deceptive individuals often reveal themselves through inconsistencies in their personal stories or through sharing that feels calculated to create specific impressions. They may exaggerate their accomplishments, embellish stories to make themselves appear more important or interesting, or completely fabricate experiences to support whatever image they want to project in the moment. Pay attention to those who seem to have a perfectly curated story for every situation. People whose personal anecdotes always position them as the hero, victim, or expert, depending on what will gain them the most advantage in the current context. Real life is messier and more complex than these polished narratives suggest. Equally revealing is how people handle information shared with them in confidence. Trustworthy individuals respect the boundaries others establish around personal information and don't use private details as currency in social situations. They understand that being entrusted with someone's personal information is a privilege that carries responsibility. Those who regularly gossip, share others' private information, or use personal details to gain social advantage demonstrate a fundamental lack of integrity that extends beyond just their communication style. If someone will betray others' trust, they will likely betray yours when it serves their purposes. Throughout all of these observations, it's crucial to remember the importance of trusting your intuitive responses while also engaging your rational analysis. Our intuition often picks up on subtle cues that our conscious mind hasn't yet processed. Inconsistencies in body language, tonal qualities that don't match the words being spoken, or patterns of behavior that create an overall impression of insincerity. These intuitive responses deserve respect and investigation, even when we can't immediately articulate what triggered them. The feeling that something is off about someone or some interaction often proves to be accurate when we take the time to examine the situation more carefully. Our subconscious minds process enormous amounts of information and can identify patterns that our conscious awareness hasn't yet recognized. However, intuition should work in partnership with rational analysis rather than replacing it entirely. Strong emotional reactions, whether positive or negative, can sometimes cloud our judgment and lead us to misinterpret situations or people. The wisest approach involves paying attention to our intuitive responses, while also seeking to understand them through careful observation and reflection. This balanced approach protects us from two common errors: dismissing valid intuitive warnings because we can't immediately explain them, and acting on emotional reactions without sufficient evidence or consideration. When our intuition signals potential problems in a relationship, we can use the observational tools discussed here to either validate those concerns or understand them more clearly. The process of identifying jealousy and deception in others ultimately serves a larger purpose, creating space in our lives for authentic, supportive relationships while protecting ourselves from those who would undermine our well-being or growth. This isn't about becoming suspicious or cynical, but rather about developing the wisdom to invest our time, energy, and trust in relationships that genuinely enrich our lives. The Stoic approach to this challenge emphasizes that we cannot control others' behavior, motivations, or character. We can only control our own responses, choices, and the boundaries we establish in our relationships. By developing greater clarity about others' true nature, we position ourselves to make wise decisions about how much trust to extend, how vulnerable to be, and how much of ourselves to invest in each relationship. This wisdom also encourages us to examine our own behavior and motivations with the same careful attention we apply to others. Are we consistent in our actions and words? Do we treat all people with appropriate respect, regardless of what they can do for us? Do we handle criticism and failure with grace and a willingness to learn? Do we share information responsibly and praise others genuinely? The principles that help us identify jealousy and deception in others also serve as a mirror for our own character development. By striving to embody the qualities we value in others, authenticity, consistency, genuine care for others' well-being, and emotional maturity, we not only improve our own character, but also attract similar qualities in the relationships we form. The ancient Stoics understood that wisdom in human relationships requires both compassion and discernment. We must be kind and generous in our treatment of others, while also being realistic about human nature and protective of our own well-being. This balance allows us to engage authentically with the world while maintaining the inner peace and clarity that enables us to respond wisely to whatever challenges arise. In our complex modern world, these ancient insights remain profoundly relevant. The technologies and social structures may have changed, but the fundamental patterns of human behavior, motivation, and character remain remarkably consistent. By developing our ability to recognize jealousy and deception when we encounter them, we create the foundation for relationships built on genuine mutual respect, support, and care. This journey of discernment is ongoing, requiring patience, practice, and continuous refinement of our observational skills. Each relationship teaches us something new about human nature and about ourselves. Each experience of recognizing and responding wisely to jealousy or deception strengthens our ability to navigate future challenges with greater wisdom and confidence. The goal is not to become a perfect judge of character or to avoid all difficult people and situations. Rather, it is to develop the clarity and wisdom necessary to engage with the world authentically while protecting our inner peace and cultivating relationships that truly support our growth and well-being. In this way, the ancient wisdom of Stoicism continues to offer practical guidance for creating a life of meaning, purpose, and genuine human connection. In our relentless pursuit of control and achievement, we often find ourselves swimming against the current of life, exhausting our energy in futile attempts to force outcomes that may not be meant for us. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood something profound about human nature and the universe, that true peace and fulfillment come not from forcing our will upon the world, but from learning to flow with life's natural rhythms while maintaining our inner strength and wisdom. The principle of non-forcing represents one of the most transformative concepts in Stoic philosophy. It challenges our modern obsession with control and invites us to discover a different way of being, one that embraces what comes naturally while still engaging meaningfully with life. This isn't about becoming passive or indifferent. Rather, it's about understanding the difference between what we can influence and what we cannot, and learning to direct our energy toward what truly matters. When we constantly try to force outcomes, we create unnecessary stress and friction in our lives. We exhaust ourselves pushing against doors that aren't meant to open, fighting battles that serve no purpose, and trying to control variables that are fundamentally beyond our influence. The Stoics recognized this pattern of suffering and offered a different path, one that leads to greater peace, clarity, and effectiveness in all areas of life. The foundation of this approach lies in developing a deep appreciation for the present moment. Living fully in the present represents more than just a mindfulness practice. It's a fundamental shift in how we engage with reality. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who faced the enormous pressures of ruling the Roman Empire, understood this principle intimately. In his personal writings, which we now know as meditations, he reminded himself repeatedly that the only moment we truly possess is the one happening right now. Consider how often we miss the richness of our current experience because our minds are elsewhere. We eat meals while distracted by screens, have conversations while thinking about our next appointment, and walk through beautiful environments without truly seeing them. This constant mental time traveling, dwelling on past events, or worrying about future outcomes, disconnects us from the only place where life actually happens, the present moment. The practice of presence requires intentional cultivation. It means learning to notice when our minds have wandered into past regrets or future anxieties and gently bringing our attention back to what's happening now. This isn't about suppressing thoughts about the past or future. These mental activities serve important functions, but rather about not losing ourselves in them to the point where we miss out on the life unfolding before us. When we engage fully with the present moment, we often discover that many of our worries were unnecessary and that much of our suffering came from resisting what was already happening. The warmth of sunlight on our skin, the taste of our morning coffee, the sound of a loved one's laughter. These simple experiences become sources of genuine joy when we give them our full attention. This presence transforms ordinary moments into opportunities for gratitude and wonder. The Stoics understood that this appreciation for the present naturally leads to a deeper acceptance of life's impermanent nature. Everything in our experience, our relationships, our possessions, our circumstances, even our own lives, exists in a constant state of flux. This impermanence can be frightening when we try to cling to things as they are, but it becomes liberating when we learn to embrace change as the natural order of existence. Understanding impermanence doesn't mean becoming fatalistic or indifferent to loss. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to appreciate what we have while we have it, without the constant anxiety of trying to make it permanent. When we truly grasp that everything is temporary, we can love more fully because we're not holding back out of fear of eventual loss. We can pursue our goals with passion while remaining unattached to specific outcomes. We can invest ourselves completely in relationships while accepting that they may change or end. This acceptance of impermanence profoundly affects how we handle life's inevitable changes and challenges. Instead of fighting against circumstances we cannot control, we learn to work with them. Instead of exhausting ourselves trying to prevent change, we develop the flexibility to adapt and find opportunity within transformation. This doesn't mean we become passive observers of our own lives. Rather, we become more strategic and effective in how we engage with the world. The power of acceptance extends beyond philosophical understanding to practical application in daily life. Acceptance means recognizing the difference between what we can influence and what we cannot, and focusing our energy accordingly. It means acknowledging difficult emotions without being overwhelmed by them, understanding that feelings, like everything else, are temporary experiences that will pass. Consider the frustration many people feel when stuck in traffic. The external situation, the traffic itself, is completely beyond our control. We can honk our horns, curse other drivers, or work ourselves into a state of rage. But none of these responses will change the traffic conditions. They will, however, change our internal experience for the worse. Acceptance doesn't mean we enjoy being stuck in traffic, but it means we recognize the reality of the situation and choose not to compound our discomfort with unnecessary emotional suffering. This principle applies to much more significant challenges as well. When we face job loss, relationship difficulties, health problems, or other major life challenges, acceptance doesn't mean we don't take action to improve our situation. Instead, it means we acknowledge the reality of what's happening without wasting energy on denial, blame, or resistance. This clarity of perception actually enables us to respond more effectively because we're seeing the situation as it truly is, rather than as we wish it were. Learning to let go represents another crucial aspect of non-forcing. Letting go doesn't mean we stop caring about outcomes or become indifferent to results. Rather, it means we release our tight grip on how we think things should unfold and remain open to possibilities we hadn't considered. This requires a fundamental shift from trying to control outcomes to focusing on our response to whatever arises. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that caring deeply means holding on tightly, but the Stoics understood that the opposite is often true. When we grasp too tightly to our expectations, we become rigid and fragile. When we learn to hold our goals and desires lightly, we become more adaptable and resilient. We can pursue our objectives with full commitment while remaining open to unexpected opportunities and alternative paths. This letting go process often involves releasing our attachment to past experiences, whether they were positive or negative. Dwelling on past successes can prevent us from engaging fully with current opportunities, while ruminating on past failures can erode our confidence and energy. The Stoics taught that the past serves as a teacher, but should not become a prison. We extract the lessons and leave behind the emotional baggage. Letting go also means releasing our need to control how others behave. Much of our frustration and disappointment comes from expecting others to act according to our preferences rather than their own nature and circumstances. When we accept that we can only control our own thoughts, actions, and responses, we free ourselves from the exhausting and futile task of trying to manage other people's choices. The practice of mindfulness emerges naturally from these foundational principles. Mindfulness, in the Stoic sense, isn't just about meditation or formal practice, though these can be valuable, but about developing the capacity to observe our thoughts, emotions, and reactions without being automatically controlled by them. This awareness creates space between stimulus and response, allowing us to choose how we engage with whatever arises. When we're mindful, we notice the arising of frustration before it takes over our entire emotional state. We observe the urge to react defensively before we lash out. We catch ourselves in the middle of worry spirals and can consciously redirect our attention to more productive thoughts. This awareness doesn't eliminate difficult emotions, nor should it, but it prevents us from being completely overwhelmed by them. Mindfulness also enhances our appreciation for positive experiences. When we're fully present to moments of joy, beauty, or connection, these experiences become more vivid and memorable. We're not rushing through them to get to the next thing on our agenda or diluting them with mental commentary. Instead, we allow ourselves to be fully immersed in whatever goodness is available in the present moment. The effective use of silence represents another powerful tool in the non-forcing approach to life. In our noise-filled world, silence can feel uncomfortable or unproductive, but the Stoics understood it as essential for reflection, decision-making, and emotional regulation. Silence isn't merely the absence of sound, it's a space where wisdom can emerge and clarity can develop. Regular periods of silence allow us to process our experiences rather than simply moving from one activity to the next without reflection. In silence, we can observe the patterns of our thoughts and emotions, gaining insight into our habitual reactions and identifying areas where we might choose to respond differently. This self-awareness is crucial for personal growth and for developing the emotional intelligence needed to navigate complex relationships and situations. Silence also serves as a form of self-restraint. The impulse to fill every moment with noise, activity, or stimulation can prevent us from developing patience and inner stillness. Learning to be comfortable with quiet moments builds our capacity to sit with uncertainty, to tolerate discomfort without immediately seeking distraction, and to trust that not every moment needs to be filled with doing in order to be valuable. In conversations, the strategic use of silence can be more powerful than words. Pausing before responding allows us to consider our words more carefully and respond from wisdom rather than impulse. It also creates space for others to express themselves more fully, leading to deeper understanding and stronger relationships. The Stoics valued listening over speaking, understanding that we learn more when we receive information than when we're broadcasting it. The concept of enjoying the journey rather than fixating solely on outcomes represents a fundamental reframe of how we approach goals and achievements. This doesn't mean we become aimless or lack ambition, but rather that we find fulfillment in the process of growth and effort itself, regardless of external results. When we can appreciate the skills we're developing, the challenges we're overcoming, and the person we're becoming through our efforts, the final outcome becomes less crucial to our sense of satisfaction. This perspective is particularly valuable when facing setbacks or apparent failures. If our entire sense of success depends on achieving specific outcomes, any deviation from our plan can feel catastrophic. But when we value the journey itself, the learning, the character development, the resilience we build through facing challenges, then setbacks become valuable parts of the overall experience rather than evidence of failure. Consider someone training for a marathon who gets injured partway through their preparation. If their entire focus is on completing the race, the injury represents complete failure. But if they can appreciate the discipline they developed, the physical improvements they made, the mental strength they built, and the lessons they learned about their body and limits, then the experience retains its value regardless of whether they cross the finish line on race day. This journey-focused mindset also helps us stay present and engaged in the process rather than constantly looking ahead to some future state of completion or achievement. When we're always focused on the next milestone, we miss the richness of the current experience. We rush through the present moment to get to some imagined future state of happiness or fulfillment, but that future moment, when it arrives, is just another present moment that we may again rush through if we haven't learned to appreciate the here and now. Finding joy in simple things represents another crucial aspect of the non-forcing approach. Our culture often conditions us to seek happiness in dramatic achievements, expensive purchases, or exceptional experiences, but the Stoics understood that sustainable contentment comes from appreciating the ordinary moments that make up the majority of our lives. The taste of fresh water when we're thirsty, the warmth of a friendly greeting, the satisfaction of completing a simple task well. These everyday experiences contain genuine pleasure when we're present enough to notice them. This appreciation for simplicity doesn't require us to lower our standards or abandon our ambitions. Rather, it provides a stable foundation of contentment that doesn't depend on external circumstances. When we can find joy in simple pleasures, we're less desperate in our pursuit of more dramatic sources of satisfaction. We become less susceptible to the anxiety and frustration that comes from constantly seeking happiness in the next purchase, the next achievement, or the next relationship. Simplicity also tends to clarify what truly matters to us. When we're not constantly distracted by the pursuit of more possessions, more status, more entertainment, we have space to reflect on our deeper values and priorities. We can invest our time and energy in the relationships, activities, and pursuits that genuinely contribute to our sense of meaning and fulfillment, rather than being caught up in society's default definitions of success. The art of gratitude emerges naturally from this appreciation for simplicity and presence. Gratitude isn't just about saying thank you or acknowledging good fortune. It's a way of perceiving that recognizes the abundance already present in our lives. When we cultivate gratitude, we train our attention to notice positive aspects of our experience that we might otherwise overlook or take for granted. This practice of gratitude serves as a powerful antidote to the dissatisfaction that comes from constantly focusing on what we lack or what we want to change about our circumstances. Instead of approaching life from a mindset of scarcity, always noticing what's missing or imperfect, gratitude helps us recognize the wealth of good things already available to us. This shift in perception can dramatically alter our emotional state and our overall sense of well-being. Gratitude also strengthens our relationships by helping us notice and appreciate the positive qualities of the people in our lives. Instead of taking our loved ones for granted or focusing primarily on their flaws, a grateful perspective helps us see their kindnesses, their efforts, and their unique gifts. This recognition not only makes us feel better, but also encourages positive behavior in others, creating upward spirals in our relationships. Regular gratitude practice can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to mentally note things we appreciate, or as formal as keeping a written journal of daily blessings. The key is consistency and sincerity, truly pausing to feel appreciation rather than just going through the motions. Over time, this practice rewires our neural pathways to more readily notice positive aspects of our experience, leading to greater overall life satisfaction. The appreciation of solitude represents the final crucial element in developing a non-forcing approach to life. In our hyper-connected world, solitude can feel threatening or unproductive, but the Stoics understood it as essential for self-knowledge, reflection, and inner development. Solitude isn't about isolation or avoiding others. It's about developing comfort with our own company and creating space for the kind of deep reflection that's difficult to achieve in the midst of constant social interaction and stimulation. Regular periods of solitude allow us to check in with ourselves authentically. When we're always engaged with others or distracted by external stimulation, we can lose touch with our own thoughts, feelings, and intuitions. In solitude, we can observe our mental and emotional patterns without the influence of others' expectations or reactions. This self-awareness is crucial for making decisions that align with our true values and for developing emotional regulation skills. solitude also provides an opportunity to process experiences and integrate learning. In the constant flow of daily activities, we often move from one situation to the next without fully digesting what we've experienced. Time alone allows us to reflect on our interactions, consider what we've learned, and think about how we might apply new insights going forward. This reflection is essential for personal growth and for developing wisdom. Learning to enjoy solitude builds our emotional independence and resilience. When we're comfortable being alone with ourselves, we're less likely to make decisions based solely on the need for social approval or the fear of isolation. We can choose to engage with others from a place of genuine desire for connection, rather than from neediness or anxiety about being alone. The practice of appreciating solitude can begin with small steps: a few minutes of quiet reflection in the morning, a walk alone in nature, or simply sitting quietly without any agenda. The goal isn't to become a hermit, but to develop the capacity for inner stillness and self-reflection that enhances all other aspects of life. When we integrate all of these principles, presence, acceptance, letting go, mindfulness, silence, journey appreciation, simplicity, gratitude, and solitude, we begin to embody the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with the natural flow of existence. This doesn't mean we become passive or stop pursuing goals. Rather, we learn to engage with life from a place of wisdom rather than frantic effort. The non-forcing approach recognizes that life has its own intelligence and rhythm. When we align ourselves with this natural flow while maintaining our personal agency and responsibility, we often find that we accomplish more with less effort and stress. Opportunities arise that we hadn't anticipated. Relationships deepen in unexpected ways, and solutions emerge to problems that seemed intractable when we were forcing our will upon them. This way of living requires practice and patience. Our conditioning toward control and force is strong, and learning to relax this grip takes time. But as we gradually develop these capacities, we often find that life becomes more enjoyable, relationships improve, and we develop greater resilience in facing challenges. The ancient Stoics lived through wars, plagues, political upheavals, and personal tragedies. Yet they maintained their commitment to this philosophy of acceptance and wisdom. Their example shows us that it's possible to live with strength and effectiveness while embracing the uncertainties and changes that are inherent in human existence. By following their guidance and developing these practices in our own lives, we can discover a way of being that is both deeply satisfying and remarkably practical. The path of non-forcing isn't about giving up our dreams or lowering our standards. It's about pursuing what matters to us with full commitment while remaining open to the unexpected, grateful for what we have, and peaceful with what we cannot control. In this way, we can live with both passion and tranquility, engaging fully with life while maintaining the inner freedom that comes from wisdom and acceptance. There comes a moment in every person's journey when they find themselves standing at an emotional crossroads, feeling the weight of relationships that have become comfortable chains rather than sources of genuine connection and growth. Perhaps you've experienced that unsettling recognition that someone you've shared countless memories with, someone who once brought joy and meaning to your life, has gradually become a barrier to your authentic self-expression and personal evolution. It's a profound and often painful realization that challenges our deepest assumptions about loyalty, love, and the nature of human connection itself. The ancient Stoic philosophers, with their penetrating insights into human nature and their unwavering commitment to living according to virtue and wisdom, understood this dilemma intimately. They recognized that the quality of our relationships fundamentally shapes the quality of our lives, and that sometimes the most compassionate act toward both ourselves and others is the conscious choice to create distance from connections that no longer serve our highest good. This isn't about developing a cold, calculating approach to human relationships, but rather about cultivating the wisdom to distinguish between connections that nurture our growth and those that constrain it. The Stoic approach to relationships is grounded in the understanding that we are constantly becoming, always in the process of developing our character and moving toward our potential as rational, virtuous beings. From this perspective, the people we choose to surround ourselves with either support this ongoing transformation or impede it. They either encourage us to embody our highest values or tempt us to compromise them. They either celebrate our growth or resent it, inspire our best qualities or bring out our worst impulses. When we examine our relationships through this lens, we begin to see patterns that might have remained invisible when viewed through the fog of habit, sentiment, or social obligation. We start to notice the subtle ways in which certain connections drain our energy, diminish our confidence, or pull us away from the path of virtue and self-improvement. We become aware of the relationships that consistently leave us feeling smaller rather than larger, more confused rather than clearer, more reactive rather than responsive. The process of recognizing growth-stifling relationships requires a kind of honest self-examination that can be uncomfortable but is ultimately liberating. Seneca, one of the most practical and psychologically astute of the Stoic philosophers, emphasized the crucial importance of personal development and continuous learning. He understood that to live a life worthy of our human potential, we must constantly evolve, pushing beyond our current limitations and expanding our capacity for wisdom, compassion, and effective action in the world. From this Stoic perspective, any relationship that consistently inhibits our growth or makes us feel stuck in patterns that no longer serve us becomes a source of concern. This doesn't mean that every relationship must be constantly challenging or pushing us toward dramatic change, but rather that the people closest to us should, at minimum, support our efforts to become better versions of ourselves. They should celebrate our victories, encourage our aspirations, and provide the kind of emotional safety that allows us to take the risks necessary for genuine growth. The challenge lies in distinguishing between relationships that are temporarily difficult due to natural growing pains and those that are fundamentally incompatible with our evolution as human beings. Sometimes people go through phases where they struggle to support each other's growth, perhaps due to their own insecurities, life circumstances, or personal challenges. These temporary obstacles can often be worked through with patience, communication, and mutual commitment to the relationship's health. However, when someone consistently responds to your growth with jealousy, criticism, sabotage, or attempts to pull you back into old patterns that you've outgrown, this represents a more serious misalignment. When your successes are met with subtle put-downs rather than genuine celebration, when your efforts to improve yourself are mocked or undermined, when your new interests or values are dismissed or attacked, these behaviors signal a fundamental resistance to your evolution that may prove impossible to overcome. The emotional landscape of relationships can become particularly treacherous when negative emotions like jealousy, resentment, anger, or chronic dissatisfaction become the dominant themes. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journal that would later become known as Meditations, explored the crucial distinction between experiencing difficult emotions and being controlled by them. He understood that while negative emotions are natural and sometimes even useful parts of the human experience, Allowing them to dominate our relationships creates suffering for everyone involved. When jealousy becomes a regular feature of a relationship, it poisons the atmosphere of trust and mutual support that healthy connections require. If a friend consistently responds to your achievements with envy rather than joy, if they seem to take pleasure in your setbacks or actively hope for your failure, this reveals a fundamental problem with their ability to truly love and support you. Similarly, when anger becomes the default mode of interaction, when every conversation seems to escalate into conflict, when you find yourself walking on eggshells to avoid triggering explosive reactions, the relationship has moved far from the kind of harmonious connection that nurtures both parties. The Stoic approach to these challenging emotional dynamics begins with self-awareness and personal responsibility. Marcus Aurelius taught that we have control over our minds and our responses, even when we cannot control external circumstances or other people's behavior. This means that when we find ourselves caught in cycles of negative emotion within a relationship, our first step should be to examine our own role in perpetuating these patterns. Sometimes we discover that our own insecurities, unrealistic expectations, or poor communication habits are contributing to the relational dysfunction. In these cases, the Stoic path involves taking responsibility for our part and making the necessary changes to improve the dynamic. We might need to set clearer boundaries, communicate our needs more effectively, or work on our own emotional regulation skills. However, there are times when honest self-examination reveals that, despite our best efforts to respond wisely and compassionately, the other person remains committed to patterns of behavior that create toxicity and suffering. When someone consistently chooses to respond to reasonable requests with hostility, when they refuse to take responsibility for their actions, when they seem incapable of genuine empathy or consideration for your well-being, continuing to invest heavily in the relationship may actually enable their destructive patterns while depleting your own resources for positive growth. The issue of manipulation and control in relationships presents one of the clearest challenges to Stoic values. Epictetus, who understood the nature of freedom more deeply than perhaps any other philosopher due to his experience as a slave, taught that true freedom comes from being master of oneself. No external circumstance, no matter how challenging, can ultimately take away our inner freedom unless we surrender it voluntarily. When we find ourselves in relationships characterized by manipulation and control, our fundamental autonomy is under attack. Manipulation works by distorting our perception of reality, making us doubt our own judgment, and gradually eroding our confidence in our ability to make good decisions for ourselves. It creates dependency and confusion, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine care and self-serving exploitation. Control takes many forms in relationships, from the obvious extremes of threatening behavior and isolation tactics to more subtle patterns of guilt-tripping, gaslighting, and emotional blackmail. Sometimes control masquerades as care, with one person claiming to know what's best for the other and insisting on making decisions that should rightfully belong to each individual. Other times, control manifests as constant criticism, nitpicking, and demands for changes that serve the controller's comfort rather than the relationship's health. The Stoic response to manipulation and control is clear. We must reclaim our autonomy and refuse to participate in dynamics that compromise our essential freedom. This doesn't necessarily require dramatic confrontations or immediate relationship termination, but it does require a firm commitment to maintaining our right to make our own choices, hold our own opinions, and live according to our own values. Practically, this might mean setting and enforcing clear boundaries about acceptable behavior, refusing to engage with manipulative tactics, and consistently asserting our right to make our own decisions. It means developing the emotional strength to tolerate another person's displeasure when we don't comply with their attempts to control us. Most importantly, it means cultivating enough self-respect and inner security that we're willing to walk away from relationships that require us to surrender our autonomy as the price of admission. The question of whether a relationship is helping or harming us often becomes most clear when we examine its overall impact on our well-being over time. Healthy relationships, even when they involve challenges and conflicts, generally leave us feeling more energized, more confident, and more capable than we were before the interaction. They may stretch us, challenge our assumptions, or push us out of our comfort zones, but they do so in ways that ultimately serve our growth and development. Harmful relationships, by contrast, consistently leave us feeling drained, diminished, or distressed. After spending time with certain people, we might notice that we feel more anxious, more self-critical, or more pessimistic about life in general. We might find ourselves adopting negative thought patterns or engaging in behaviors that we wouldn't normally choose. We might feel like we're constantly defending ourselves, explaining our choices, or trying to prove our worth. The cumulative effect of these interactions can be devastating to our sense of self and our capacity for joy and growth. When we consistently pour our energy into relationships that give little back, we rob ourselves of the resources we need for positive pursuits. When we regularly expose ourselves to negativity, criticism, and conflict, we may begin to internalize these patterns and apply them to other areas of our lives. The Stoics understood that we become, to a significant degree, like the people we spend the most time with. Our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are influenced by the social environment we choose to inhabit. This is why they placed such emphasis on choosing our companions wisely and creating relationships that support our commitment to virtue and personal development. Mutual respect forms the absolute foundation of any relationship worth maintaining. Without genuine respect for each other's inherent dignity, autonomy, and worth, no relationship can provide the kind of nurturing environment that allows both parties to flourish. Respect manifests in countless ways: listening to each other's perspectives without immediately dismissing them, honoring each other's boundaries and preferences, treating each other's time and energy as valuable, and speaking to and about each other in ways that acknowledge our shared humanity. When respect is missing from a relationship, everything else becomes compromised. Trust erodes because we can't rely on the other person to treat us with basic consideration. Communication breaks down because there's no foundation of good faith on which to build understanding. Growth becomes impossible because we're too busy defending our basic dignity to focus on development and improvement. Disrespect often starts small and escalates gradually, making it sometimes difficult to recognize until it has become entrenched. It might begin with subtle dismissals of your opinions, casual disregard for your preferences, or minor violations of your stated boundaries. Over time, these patterns can grow into more obvious forms of contempt, ridicule, or outright hostility. The Stoic approach to disrespect is to address it clearly and directly while maintaining our own commitment to treating others with dignity. This means calling attention to disrespectful behavior when it occurs, explaining how it affects us, and requesting change. It also means refusing to mirror disrespectful behavior, even when we're frustrated or hurt by how we're being treated. However, If someone consistently demonstrates through their actions that they have no genuine respect for us as individuals, continuing to invest deeply in the relationship becomes an act of self-disrespect. The Stoics taught that we have a duty to ourselves to maintain our dignity and self-worth, and this sometimes requires us to distance ourselves from people who refuse to acknowledge our value. The tendency to remain tethered to illusions rather than embracing reality represents another significant obstacle to healthy relationships. Stoicism places tremendous emphasis on seeing things as they truly are, not as we wish they were or as we imagine they might become. This clear-eyed acceptance of reality extends to our relationships, requiring us to see the people in our lives accurately, rather than through the distorting lens of our hopes, fears, or fantasies. Many people find themselves trapped in relationships by their attachment to the potential they see in the other person, rather than their actual behavior and character. They focus on isolated moments of kindness or connection, while minimizing patterns of dysfunction or incompatibility. They convince themselves that if they just love hard enough, try hard enough, or wait long enough, the other person will transform into someone capable of the kind of relationship they desire. This illusion-based approach to relationships creates tremendous suffering because it prevents us from making decisions based on accurate information. Instead of responding to what is actually happening, we respond to what we hope might happen, what we fear might happen, or what we remember from better times. This disconnect from reality makes it impossible to establish appropriate boundaries, make wise choices about where to invest our energy, or develop realistic expectations for what the relationship can provide. The Stoic practice of embracing reality over illusion requires courage because the truth is sometimes painful. It might mean acknowledging that someone we love is not capable of treating us well, that a relationship we've invested years in is fundamentally flawed, or that our dreams for a particular connection will never be realized. But this acceptance of reality, however difficult, is the only foundation on which genuine wisdom and effective action can be built. When we see our relationships clearly, we can engage with them more skillfully. We can appreciate people for who they actually are rather than being disappointed by who they're not. We can set appropriate boundaries based on their demonstrated patterns of behavior rather than their promised intentions. We can make choices about intimacy, trust, and investment that are grounded in reality rather than wishful thinking. The question of values alignment in relationships cuts to the heart of what makes connections truly sustainable and meaningful. Our values represent our deepest beliefs about what matters most in life, what kinds of behavior we consider virtuous or destructive, and what we want to stand for as human beings. When we're in relationships with people whose values significantly differ from our own, we often find ourselves in situations where we must choose between maintaining harmony and staying true to our principles. The Stoics placed enormous emphasis on living according to virtue and maintaining personal integrity regardless of external pressures. They understood that compromising our core values, even for people we care about, ultimately leads to inner conflict, self-resentment, and the erosion of our sense of authentic selfhood. When we consistently act in ways that contradict our deepest beliefs about right and wrong, we damage our relationship with ourselves in ways that can be difficult to repair. Values, conflicts in relationships can manifest in many ways. Perhaps your partner or friend regularly engages in behaviors that you find ethically questionable, and they pressure you to participate or remain silent. Maybe they show casual cruelty toward vulnerable people or animals, express prejudiced views that contradict your commitment to equality and dignity, or prioritize material gain over considerations of honesty and fairness. Sometimes the pressure to compromise values is subtle, taking the form of social pressure to participate in gossip, dishonesty, or other behaviors that feel wrong to you. Other times it's more direct, with the other person explicitly asking you to violate your principles for the sake of the relationship, or threatening to withdraw their affection if you don't comply with their expectations. The Stoic response to these situations is clear. Our values are not negotiable. They represent the core of who we are and who we aspire to be, and no relationship is worth sacrificing our integrity to maintain. This doesn't mean we should be rigid or unwilling to consider different perspectives, but it does mean that we should never allow others to pressure us into acting in ways that violate our fundamental sense of right and wrong. Living according to this principle sometimes requires difficult choices. It might mean ending friendships with people who consistently ask us to compromise our ethics, leaving romantic relationships where our partner pressures us to act against our values, or distancing ourselves from family members who refuse to respect our moral boundaries. These decisions are never easy, but they are essential for maintaining our self-respect and our ability to live with integrity. The concept of reciprocity in relationships speaks to the fundamental importance of balance and mutual investment. Healthy relationships involve a flow of giving and receiving that feels generally fair over time, even if it's not perfectly balanced in every moment. Both parties contribute to the relationship's health and growth. Both parties benefit from the connection, and both parties invest effort in maintaining and improving the dynamic between them. When reciprocity is missing, relationships become lopsided and unsustainable. One person may find themselves consistently giving more than they receive, always being the one to initiate contact, provide emotional support, make sacrifices, or work to resolve conflicts. Meanwhile, the other person may become accustomed to taking without giving, receiving support without providing it, or benefiting from the relationship without contributing to its maintenance. This imbalance creates resentment, exhaustion, and eventual breakdown. The person who gives too much eventually becomes depleted and may begin to feel taken advantage of or unappreciated. The person who takes too much may become entitled and lose the skills necessary for maintaining healthy, mutual relationships. Neither person is truly satisfied with the dynamic, even though one appears to benefit more than the other. The Stoic approach to reciprocity involves both self-awareness and clear communication. We need to honestly assess whether our relationships involve a reasonable balance of giving and receiving, and we need to be willing to address imbalances when they arise. This might mean setting boundaries around how much we give, asking for more support when we need it, or having honest conversations about the division of emotional labor in our relationships. Sometimes addressing reciprocity issues reveals that the other person is willing and able to contribute more to the relationship, but simply wasn't aware that the balance had become skewed. In these cases, open communication and mutual effort can restore health to the connection. However, if someone consistently resists efforts to create more balance, if they become defensive or hostile when asked to contribute more, or if they seem fundamentally unable or unwilling to give as well as receive, the relationship may not be sustainable in its current form. The most serious and clear-cut situation requiring immediate action is the presence of abuse in any form. Abuse represents a complete violation of the respect, dignity, and safety that should characterize all human relationships. Whether physical, emotional, verbal, psychological, or sexual, abuse creates an environment of fear, control, and harm that is antithetical to everything the Stoics valued about human dignity and virtue. Stoicism's emphasis on self-respect, personal autonomy, and the inherent worth of every individual makes its position on abuse absolutely clear. No one should tolerate being abused, and no one should remain in relationships where their basic safety and dignity are under attack. The philosophical commitment to living according to virtue extends to the practical requirement of protecting ourselves from those who would deliberately harm us. Abuse often involves complex psychological dynamics that can make it difficult for victims to recognize what's happening or to take action to protect themselves. Abusers frequently use manipulation, isolation, and gradual escalation to maintain control, making it hard for their victims to trust their own perceptions or to believe that they deserve better treatment. The effects of abuse can include damaged self-esteem, learned helplessness, and a distorted sense of what constitutes normal behavior in relationships. The Stoic response to abuse involves both immediate practical action and longer-term healing work. In the immediate term, safety must be the top priority. This means reaching out for help from friends, family, professionals, or specialized support services. It means creating safety plans and taking concrete steps to remove oneself from dangerous situations. It means refusing to accept responsibility for the abuser's behavior and recognizing that no one deserves to be treated with cruelty or violence. The longer-term healing process involves reclaiming the sense of dignity, self-worth, and personal agency that abuse seeks to destroy. This is deeply aligned with Stoic principles of inner strength, rational thinking, and commitment to virtue. It involves rebuilding trust in one's own judgment, developing healthy boundaries, and learning to recognize and avoid potentially abusive situations in the future. Communication failures represent another significant challenge that can signal the need for relationship changes. Effective communication is the lifeblood of healthy relationships, allowing people to understand each other's needs, resolve conflicts, share experiences, and build intimacy and trust. When communication consistently breaks down, when attempts at discussion lead nowhere, when misunderstandings multiply despite good faith efforts to clarify, the relationship's foundation becomes unstable. The Stoics placed great value on clear thinking, honest expression, and empathetic listening. They understood that wisdom emerges through dialogue and that relationships deepen through the sharing of thoughts, feelings, and perspectives. From this standpoint, persistent communication problems represent more than just practical inconveniences. They indicate fundamental barriers to the kind of understanding and connection that make relationships meaningful. Communication failures can have many causes. Sometimes they stem from differences in communication styles, cultural backgrounds, or personal histories that make it difficult for people to understand each other's approaches to expression and listening. Sometimes they result from underlying trust issues, unresolved conflicts, or emotional wounds that make open, honest communication feel too risky. In some cases, communication problems can be addressed through patience, practice, and mutual commitment to improvement. Learning new communication skills, seeking couples counseling or mediation, setting ground rules for difficult conversations, and practicing active listening can all help restore healthy dialogue to relationships that have become characterized by misunderstanding and conflict. However, when someone consistently refuses to engage in good faith communication, when they regularly resort to manipulation tactics like gaslighting or emotional blackmail, when they seem incapable of empathy or perspective-taking, or when they actively sabotage attempts at understanding. The communication problems may reflect deeper character issues that cannot be easily resolved. The ultimate measure of a relationship's value lies in its impact on our inner peace and overall well-being. Stoicism places tremendous emphasis on cultivating tranquility, that state of inner calm and stability that remains undisturbed by external circumstances. This doesn't mean avoiding all sources of challenge or conflict, but rather developing the wisdom to distinguish between difficulties that promote growth and those that simply create unnecessary suffering. Relationships that consistently disturb our peace without providing compensating benefits may not be worth maintaining. When we find ourselves dreading interactions with certain people, when thoughts of them create anxiety or distress, when their presence in our lives feels more like a burden than a gift, these feelings deserve serious consideration. They may be telling us something important about the fundamental compatibility between our needs and what the relationship provides. The process of evaluating a relationship's impact on our tranquility requires honest self-examination. We need to consider whether our disturbance comes from external circumstances that might be addressed through communication and boundary setting, or whether it stems from fundamental incompatibilities that are unlikely to change. We need to ask ourselves whether the relationship offers enough positive value to justify the peace it costs us, and whether our energy might be better invested in connections that bring more joy and less stress. Sometimes the decision to distance ourselves from relationships that disturb our peace feels selfish or unkind, particularly when the other person hasn't done anything dramatically wrong but simply isn't a good fit for our temperament, values, or life circumstances. However, the Stoic understanding of self-care and personal responsibility suggests that we have an obligation to ourselves to create conditions that support our well-being and growth. This doesn't mean that we should abandon people at the first sign of difficulty or avoid all relationships that challenge us. Growth often requires some degree of discomfort, and the most meaningful relationships usually involve working through conflicts and differences. But there's an important distinction between temporary challenges that ultimately strengthen relationships and chronic patterns that consistently undermine our peace without providing growth opportunities. The art of relationship discernment involves developing the wisdom to make these distinctions clearly and compassionately. It requires us to be honest about what we need from our relationships, what we're willing and able to give, and what kinds of dynamics support our highest good. It asks us to consider not only our immediate comfort, but also our long-term growth and the kind of person we want to become. When we approach our relationships with this kind of conscious intention, we often find that we're able to cultivate deeper, more satisfying connections with the people who truly support our well-being, while gracefully releasing those who don't. This process of conscious relationship curation isn't about perfection or creating an unrealistic social environment, but rather about aligning our closest connections with our values, needs, and aspirations for growth. The journey of applying Stoic wisdom to our relationships is ongoing, requiring continuous reflection, adjustment, and courage. It asks us to balance loyalty with discernment, compassion with boundaries, hope with realism. Most importantly, it invites us to see our relationships not as fixed obligations or automatic entitlements, but as conscious choices that we make repeatedly, guided by wisdom, virtue, and a commitment to our own flourishing and that of others. And Through this mindful approach to relationship building and maintenance, we can create a social environment that truly supports our journey toward wisdom, virtue, and inner peace. We can surround ourselves with people who celebrate our growth, challenge us to be better, and provide the kind of mutual support that makes life's inevitable difficulties more bearable and its joys more complete. In our modern world of constant stimulation and endless streams of information, our minds have become like overloaded circuits, buzzing with incessant thoughts, worries, and doubts that prevent us from experiencing the peace and clarity that is our birthright. The ancient Stoic philosophers, with their profound understanding of human psychology and their commitment to practical wisdom, offer us a roadmap for mental detoxification that remains as relevant today as it was over 2,000 years ago. Picture this familiar scenario. You're lying in bed, ready for sleep, but your mind refuses to quiet down. Thoughts about work deadlines, family responsibilities, unfulfilled goals, and an uncertain future create a whirlwind of mental activity that keeps you awake and anxious. This experience, while universal, is not inevitable. The Stoics understood that we possess the capacity to train our minds toward greater tranquility and focus, not through suppression or denial, but through wise practices that align our thinking with reality and virtue. The strategies we'll explore together are rooted in the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, philosophers who faced their own challenges with remarkable equanimity and who left us practical tools for cultivating mental peace. Each approach is designed not merely to provide temporary relief from overthinking, but to fundamentally transform our relationship with our thoughts and emotions, creating lasting change in how we experience and navigate life. The power of positive affirmations represents one of the most accessible yet profound tools for mental transformation. Seneca, the great Roman philosopher and advisor to emperors, observed that the greatest part of happiness depends on our disposition, not our circumstances. This insight points to a fundamental truth about human psychology. Our internal dialogue shapes our external experience far more than most people realize. When we consistently engage in negative self-talk, telling ourselves stories about our inadequacies, failures, or the impossibility of our situations, we create neural pathways that reinforce these limiting beliefs. Our brains, being pattern recognition machines, begin to seek evidence that confirms these negative narratives, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of struggle and dissatisfaction. However, when we consciously choose to engage in positive self-dialogue, we begin to rewire these neural pathways toward more empowering and accurate assessments of our capabilities and circumstances. The practice of positive affirmations works not through naive optimism or denial of challenges, but through the cultivation of a mindset that focuses on possibilities, strengths, and constructive action rather than on limitations, fears, and helplessness. When you wake up in the morning and your first thought is, "Today is going to be difficult," that prediction influences how you perceive and respond to the day's events. But when you instead affirm, "Today I have the opportunity to do something meaningful," you prime your mind to notice opportunities and approach challenges with greater resourcefulness. Effective affirmations are specific, personally relevant, and aligned with your values and goals. Rather than generic statements that feel hollow or unrealistic, create affirmations that address your particular areas of insecurity or negativity. If you struggle with self-doubt about your professional abilities, an affirmation like, "I am capable and I trust in my skills," can gradually shift your internal narrative, from one of inadequacy to one of confidence and competence. The process of simplifying our lives represents another crucial element in achieving mental clarity. In our consumer-driven culture, we often equate success with accumulation: more possessions, more commitments, more options, more stimulation. However, this approach frequently leads to decision fatigue, overwhelm, and a scattered attention that prevents us from engaging deeply with what truly matters to us. Seneca understood this principle when he wrote, "It is the mind that makes good or ill, that makes wretch or happy, rich or poor." The complexity that surrounds us in the external world often reflects and reinforces complexity in our internal world. Every possession we own requires mental energy to maintain. Every commitment we make demands attention and follow-through, and every option we keep open creates a subtle anxiety about making the right choice. Simplification begins with an honest assessment of what truly adds value to your life versus what merely fills space or time. This examination extends beyond material possessions to include activities, relationships, information consumption, and even thought patterns. When you eliminate the excess in each of these areas, you create space for deeper engagement with what remains. The process might begin with your physical environment. Each item in your living space that you don't use or truly appreciate represents a small drain on your mental energy. When you walk through a cluttered room, your brain must process and filter out dozens of visual stimuli, creating a subtle but persistent cognitive load. By keeping only what you need and what brings you genuine joy or utility, you create an environment that supports rather than depletes your mental resources. The same principle applies to your schedule and commitments. Many people fill their calendars with activities that provide little genuine satisfaction or growth, often out of social obligation, habit, or fear of missing out. Regular evaluation of your commitments, with the courage to release those that don't align with your values or contribute to your well-being, creates space for more meaningful engagement with the activities that truly matter to you. Information consumption in our digital age requires particularly careful curation. The human brain evolved to process relatively small amounts of information within the context of close-knit communities. Today, we're bombarded with data streams that far exceed our cognitive capacity to process meaningfully. News feeds, social media updates, emails, podcasts, videos, and articles compete for our attention, creating a constant state of partial attention that fragments our thinking and elevates our stress levels. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Our thoughts are significantly influenced by the information we consume, making it crucial to be selective about our sources and mindful about our consumption habits. This doesn't mean avoiding all news or cutting yourself off from the world, but rather being intentional about when, how, and how much information you consume. Consider establishing specific times for checking news and social media rather than allowing these inputs to interrupt your day randomly. Choose sources that provide genuine value and perspective rather than those that simply generate outrage or anxiety for profit. Create boundaries around your information diet just as you would around your food diet, recognizing that what you feed your mind significantly impacts your mental and emotional well-being. Regular physical exercise serves as one of the most powerful tools for mental detoxification available to us. Seneca observed that the mind which is anxious about future events is miserable, and exercise provides a remarkably effective way to anchor ourselves in the present moment while releasing the physical tension that accompanies mental stress. When we engage in physical activity, Our bodies release endorphins and other neurochemicals that naturally improve mood and reduce anxiety. More importantly, exercise demands present-moment attention that interrupts the loops of worry and rumination that often dominate our mental landscape. Whether you're running, swimming, lifting weights, or practicing yoga, the focus required by physical movement creates a natural meditation that clears mental fog and provides perspective on problems that seemed overwhelming while sitting at a desk. The rhythm of exercise, the coordination of breath and movement, the awareness of your body's capabilities and limits, the gradual progression of strength and endurance, offers lessons in patience, persistence, and self-awareness that extend far beyond the gym or trail. Many people discover that their best insights and most creative solutions emerge during or shortly after physical activity, when their minds are clear and their stress levels are reduced. Daily meditation practice represents perhaps the most direct path to mental clarity and emotional regulation available through Stoic practice. Meditation is not about emptying the mind of thoughts, an impossible and unnecessary goal, but rather about developing a different relationship with our mental activity. Through regular meditation, we learn to observe our thoughts without being automatically controlled by them, creating space between stimulus and response that allows for wiser choices. The practice begins simply. Find a quiet place, sit comfortably, close your eyes, and focus your attention on your breath. When your mind wanders, and it will, gently guide your attention back to the sensation of breathing without judgment or frustration. This simple exercise trains several crucial mental skills simultaneously: concentration, emotional regulation, self-awareness, and acceptance. Over time, this training transfers to daily life. You begin to notice emotional reactions arising before they take over completely. You develop the ability to pause before responding to challenging situations, allowing wisdom rather than impulse to guide your actions. You become less reactive to external circumstances and more responsive to your own values and long-term well-being. The meditation practice itself becomes a source of insights about the nature of your own mind. You observe how thoughts arise spontaneously, how emotions come and go like weather patterns, and how much of your mental suffering comes from resistance to present-moment reality rather than from the circumstances themselves. These observations, accumulated over time, develop into a practical wisdom that transforms how you navigate all of life's challenges. Establishing clear boundaries represents an essential skill for protecting your mental and emotional well-being. Epictetus taught that no one can hurt you without your consent, a principle that extends to our capacity for setting limits on what we're willing to accept in terms of others' demands on our time, energy, and attention. Many people struggle with boundary setting because they fear appearing selfish, rude, or uncaring. However, healthy boundaries actually serve both ourselves and others by creating clarity about expectations and limitations. When you're clear about what you can and cannot do, when you communicate these limits respectfully but firmly, you prevent the resentment and burnout that inevitably arise from overcommitment and being taken advantage of. Boundary setting begins with self-awareness about your own needs, values, and limitations. You must know what you're protecting before you can protect it effectively. This requires honest assessment of your energy levels, your priorities, and your non-negotiables. What kinds of behavior are you willing to tolerate from others? How much of your time and attention are you willing to give to various people and activities? What sacrifices are you willing to make? and which ones cross the line into self-neglect. Once you've clarified your boundaries, communicating them becomes a practice in respectful assertiveness. This doesn't require aggression or extensive justification. Often a simple, clear statement is most effective. I understand this is important, but I won't be able to take on additional projects this week, or I need to leave by 6 o'clock to maintain my work-life balance, are examples of boundary statements that protect your well-being while acknowledging others' needs. The people we choose to surround ourselves with profoundly influence our mental and emotional state. Seneca noted that the most powerful man is he who has himself in his power, and part of exercising this power involves consciously choosing our social environment. Emotions and attitudes are contagious. When we spend time with chronically negative, pessimistic, or toxic people, we absorb some of their emotional patterns. Conversely, when we prioritize relationships with positive, supportive, growth-oriented individuals, their influence elevates our own thinking and behavior. This doesn't mean avoiding all people who are going through difficult times or who occasionally struggle with negative emotions. We all need support during challenging periods, and offering this support is part of being a good friend and human being. Rather, it means being conscious of the overall emotional atmosphere of your social circle and making deliberate choices about where you invest your relational energy. Consider the difference between spending time with someone who consistently finds reasons to complain, who sees problems without solutions, and who drains your energy with their pessimism, versus spending time with someone who faces challenges with resilience, who looks for opportunities for growth and learning, and who leaves you feeling inspired and encouraged. Both types of people exist in most social circles, and while you may not be able to avoid the first type entirely, you can choose to prioritize the second type when possible. Accepting the impermanent nature of all experiences represents a fundamental principle of Stoic philosophy that can dramatically reduce mental suffering. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on the constant flux of life, observing that how many waves of change have passed over you, and you will understand that things which change constantly need not be feared. This acceptance of impermanence doesn't lead to fatalism or indifference, but rather to a more balanced and peaceful approach to life's inevitable ups and downs. Much of our mental distress comes from our resistance to change, our desire for good experiences to last forever, and our fear that difficult experiences will never end. When we deeply understand that all conditions are temporary, we can appreciate positive experiences more fully without the anxiety of trying to make them permanent, and we can endure difficult periods with greater equanimity, knowing that this too shall pass. This principle applies to emotions as well as external circumstances. Anger, sadness, anxiety, and even joy are temporary states that arise and pass away naturally when we don't resist them or try to force them to change. Learning to ride the waves of emotional experience rather than fighting against them reduces the secondary suffering that comes from struggling against our natural emotional responses. Making time for activities that bring you genuine joy and fulfillment serves as both a source of mental restoration and a reminder of what makes life meaningful. Epictetus observed that leisure without books is death and burial of the living man, emphasizing the importance of engaging with activities that nourish our souls and expand our minds. In our productivity-obsessed culture, hobbies and leisurely pursuits are often seen as luxuries that we can't afford or as frivolous wastes of time. However, these activities serve crucial psychological functions. They provide respite from stress, outlets for creativity and self-expression, opportunities for flow states where we lose ourselves in enjoyable activity, and connections to parts of ourselves that may be neglected in our professional lives. Whether your passion is painting, gardening, music, reading, hiking, cooking, or any other activity that captivates your interest, regular engagement with these pursuits helps maintain psychological balance and perspective. These activities remind us that life is about more than productivity and achievement. It's also about enjoyment, beauty, creativity, and personal fulfillment. Learning to say no represents one of the most powerful skills for protecting your mental peace and energy. Seneca wisely noted that it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare, it is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Saying no can feel difficult because we worry about disappointing others, appearing unhelpful, or missing opportunities. However, every yes to one thing is automatically a no to something else, and learning to make these choices consciously rather than reactively is essential for a well-balanced life. The ability to decline requests and invitations that don't align with your priorities or that would overextend your resources requires both self-awareness and courage. You must know what matters most to you and have the conviction to protect time and energy for those priorities. This doesn't mean being rigid or unhelpful, but rather being selective and intentional about your commitments. Effective no-saying often involves acknowledging the request, briefly explaining your situation, and offering alternatives when possible. I appreciate you thinking of me for this project, but I'm not able to take on additional commitments right now. Have you considered asking Sarah, who has expertise in this area? This approach maintains relationships while protecting your boundaries. Cultivating patience serves as an antidote to the anxiety and frustration that arise from our culture's emphasis on instant gratification and immediate results. Marcus Aurelius understood that the art of living is more like wrestling than dancing, because the art of living is to be always on your guard and ready for unforeseen attacks. Patience prepares us for these inevitable challenges and helps us respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. Patience involves accepting that worthwhile outcomes often take time to develop, that other people operate according to their own timelines and priorities, and that we cannot control the pace at which life unfolds. This acceptance reduces the mental friction that comes from constantly pushing against reality's natural rhythms. Practicing patience might begin with small, everyday situations, waiting in line, dealing with traffic, or listening to someone tell a long story. These minor inconveniences become opportunities to train your capacity for acceptance and present-moment awareness. Over time, this training develops into a more general ability to remain calm and centered, even when circumstances don't unfold according to your preferences. Spending time in natural environments provides a powerful counterbalance to the artificial stimulation and complexity of modern life. Seneca reminds us that happiness is peace of mind, and nature offers a unique capacity for restoring this peace through its rhythms, beauty, and reminder of our connection to something larger than our immediate concerns. Natural environments engage our senses in ways that are both stimulating and calming. The sight of trees and sky, the sound of water or wind, the feeling of sun and air on our skin, these sensory experiences ground us in the present moment and provide relief from the mental loops of worry and analysis that often dominate our indoor, screen-mediated lives. Time in nature also offers perspective on our problems and concerns. When we're surrounded by the vastness of forests, mountains, or ocean, our difficulties often seem more manageable and our stressed thoughts less urgent. This shift in perspective doesn't minimize real challenges, but it helps us see them within a broader context that includes beauty, wonder, and natural cycles of growth and change. Regular digital detoxification has become essential for mental health in our hyper-connected world. Marcus Aurelius taught that peace comes from within, do not seek it outside, and this principle extends to our relationship with technology. While digital tools can enhance our lives in many ways, constant connectivity often creates a state of partial attention and chronic stimulation that fragments our thinking and elevates our stress levels. Digital detox doesn't necessarily require complete abstinence from technology, but rather conscious, intentional use that serves your well-being rather than undermining it. This might involve designated phone-free times during meals, mornings, or evenings, regular days off from social media, or creating physical boundaries like keeping devices out of the bedroom. During periods of digital disconnection, many people rediscover the pleasure of sustained attention. Reading a book without interruption, having conversations without the temptation to check messages, or simply sitting quietly without the need for external stimulation. These experiences remind us of our capacity for deep focus and present moment awareness that constant connectivity tends to erode. The practice of forgiveness, both for others and ourselves, represents one of the most liberating tools for mental detoxification. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. And forgiveness is fundamentally about choosing our response to hurt, disappointment, and betrayal rather than being controlled by these experiences. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior or allowing others to continue treating you poorly. Rather, it means releasing the mental and emotional burden of resentment that serves no constructive purpose and that often hurts you more than the person who originally caused the harm. When we hold on to grudges and replay past hurts, we keep these negative experiences alive in our minds, allowing them to continue influencing our present moment experience. The process of forgiveness often begins with recognizing the cost of resentment, how it consumes mental energy, creates stress in your body, and prevents you from fully engaging with present opportunities. Forgiveness becomes a gift you give yourself rather than something you do for the other person's benefit. Self-forgiveness is often even more challenging than forgiving others, yet it's equally important for mental peace. When we hold ourselves to impossible standards or continually punish ourselves for past mistakes, we create an internal environment of self-criticism and shame that undermines our confidence and well-being. Learning to treat yourself with the same compassion you would offer a good friend is a crucial skill for mental health. Maintaining a personal journal provides a structured way to process thoughts and emotions while gaining clarity about your experiences and patterns. Marcus Aurelius demonstrated the power of written reflection through his Meditations, which began as personal notes for his own growth and understanding, but became one of the most influential works of philosophy in human history. Writing allows you to externalize your thoughts, moving them from the sometimes chaotic internal landscape of your mind onto paper, where you can examine them more objectively. This process often reveals insights that weren't apparent while the thoughts remained internal. You might discover patterns in your thinking, connections between seemingly unrelated experiences, or solutions to problems that had seemed intractable. The act of writing also serves as a form of emotional release. When you're feeling overwhelmed by a situation, writing about it can help discharge some of the emotional intensity while organizing your thoughts about how to respond constructively. Many people find that problems that seemed overwhelming in their minds become more manageable once they've been clearly articulated on paper. Regular journaling doesn't require literary skill or lengthy entries. Even a few minutes of writing about your experiences, thoughts, or feelings can provide significant benefits. The key is consistency and honesty, allowing yourself to explore your inner landscape without judgment or censorship. Finally, practicing self-compassion represents perhaps the most fundamental skill for mental well-being and personal growth. Seneca observed that we often suffer more in imagination than reality, and much of this imagined suffering comes from harsh self-criticism and unrealistic self-expectations. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with kindness and understanding when you face difficulties, make mistakes, or fall short of your ideals. Instead of harsh self-judgment, self-compassion offers the same care and support you would naturally give to a good friend facing similar challenges. This approach doesn't lower standards or excuse poor behavior, but rather creates a supportive internal environment that facilitates learning and growth. Many people fear that self-compassion will make them soft or lazy, but research consistently shows the opposite. People who practice self-compassion are more resilient, more motivated to improve, and better able to learn from their mistakes. When we feel safe and supported, even by ourselves, we're more willing to take the risks necessary for growth and more able to face challenges with courage and creativity. Self-compassion practice might begin with noticing your internal dialogue, particularly during difficult moments. When you make a mistake or face a setback, what do you say to yourself? If you notice harsh criticism or cruel self-talk, try consciously shifting to a more supportive and understanding tone. Ask yourself what you would say to a friend in the same situation and offer yourself that same kindness. The journey toward mental clarity and emotional peace through these Stoic practices is not about achieving a state of perpetual calm or eliminating all difficult thoughts and feelings. Rather, it's about developing a more skillful relationship with your mental and emotional experience, one that allows you to respond to life's challenges with wisdom, courage, and grace, rather than being overwhelmed by reactive patterns that serve no constructive purpose. These 16 strategies work synergistically, each supporting and reinforcing the others to create a comprehensive approach to mental well-being. As you experiment with implementing them in your daily life, be patient with yourself and remember that lasting change takes time. Start with the practices that resonate most strongly with you and gradually incorporate others as they become relevant to your growing understanding of yourself and your needs. The ancient Stoics faced challenges remarkably similar to our own: political turmoil, social pressures, personal losses, and the fundamental human struggle to live with purpose and meaning in an uncertain world. Their insights, tested through centuries of application by countless individuals seeking greater wisdom and peace, offer us reliable guidance for navigating our modern complexities with greater skill and satisfaction. Through consistent practice of these principles, you can cultivate the mental clarity and emotional resilience that allow you to engage fully with life while maintaining your inner peace and authentic direction. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to begin each day with a clear mind and a tranquil heart? Picture waking up each morning and, instead of immediately worrying about the day's tasks, connecting with thoughts that bring peace and inner strength. This isn't just a pleasant fantasy. It's a practice that has sustained some of history's greatest thinkers and leaders through their most challenging moments. Today, I want to invite you to experience 10 powerful morning meditations rooted in ancient Stoic wisdom that can fundamentally transform how you approach each new day. The impact that these reflections can have on your daily life is profound and far-reaching. As Seneca, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, once said, "Life, if well lived, is long enough." What does this mean for you personally? Are we truly making the most of each precious moment we're given? Through these carefully crafted morning practices, we can discover together how these meditations can be applied in your daily routine, helping you awaken a serene mind and develop a resilient heart that can weather any storm. Imagine if you could start each day with thoughts that promote calmness, gratitude, and wisdom. How would this fundamental shift change your approach to life's inevitable challenges? The practice of beginning your day with intentional reflection has the power to set the tone for everything that follows, creating ripple effects that extend far beyond those quiet morning moments. These 10 meditations I've selected aren't merely meant to be heard or read. They're designed to be lived, integrated into the very fabric of your daily existence. They represent distilled wisdom from Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, and other great Stoic teachers who faced their own trials and emerged with insights that remain remarkably relevant to our modern struggles. Each practice offers a different lens through which to view your life, your relationships, and your place in the world. The first meditation centers on the fundamental question of purpose, perhaps the most important inquiry any human being can undertake. Imagine beginning each day with a mind that's clear and a heart that's full of genuine purpose. Think about waking up every morning and dedicating just a few minutes to reflect on what truly matters to you in life. This is the transformative power of purposeful meditation, one of the cornerstone practices of Stoicism that can completely revolutionize your existence. When you wake up, carve out a moment of tranquility to connect with your inner self. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and breathe deeply. With each inhalation, allow your body to calm and your mind to prepare for reflection. Now ask yourself these fundamental questions. What truly matters to me? What is my purpose in this life? These questions, though simple in their construction, carry profound weight and impact. The meditation on purpose isn't about finding an immediate answer. It's an ongoing process of self-discovery and alignment with your deepest values. Initially, your responses might be vague or confusing, but over time, you'll begin to perceive a pattern, a direction that resonates with your essential nature. Purpose acts like a compass for our decisions and actions. Without clear purpose, it's easy to get lost in distractions and endless demands. But when we know what we want and why we're here, each day becomes an opportunity to advance toward our most meaningful objectives. As the days pass and you continue this practice, you'll notice that having a defined purpose gives meaning to your life. Every action, every choice begins to carry significance and contributes to something greater than immediate gratification or temporary pleasure. Consider the different aspects of your life: career, relationships, personal growth. What is your vision for each of these areas? How do you want to be remembered? What legacy do you wish to leave behind? These reflections are fundamental for identifying your authentic purpose. It's important to recognize that your purpose may evolve over time. As we grow and acquire new experiences, our priorities and perspectives naturally shift. The morning meditation on purpose serves as a daily reminder to check whether we're on the right path and to adjust our course when necessary. Living according to your purpose also means making conscious decisions that align with it. You can ask yourself, does this choice bring me closer to or further from my purpose? This simple practice can prevent you from straying and help maintain focus on what truly matters. The second profound practice involves committing to act with integrity in all aspects of your life. One of the most powerful things you can do each morning is reflect on the importance of acting with integrity. In Stoicism, this means allowing your values to guide your actions. While this might seem straightforward, this practice has a profound impact on how we live our lives. Integrity is about being coherent between what you think and what you do. It's the hallmark of strong character. Think about this. When your actions reflect your values, you live in a way that's authentic and true to who you are. This not only brings inner peace, but also builds trust and respect with the people around you. Imagine that you value honesty deeply. If you act according to this value, even when it's difficult, you're demonstrating integrity. For example, if a situation arises at work where it's tempting to lie to avoid a problem, choosing to be honest, even though it might bring immediate consequences, is an act of integrity. In the long run, this strengthens your reputation and the trust others place in you. Another example involves courage. If you value courage, acting with integrity means facing challenges and fears head-on instead of avoiding them. This could be something as simple as speaking in public or making a difficult decision that you know is right, even if it's unpopular. Each time you act with courage, you strengthen your capacity to face future adversities with confidence. Integrity is also crucial in the small actions of daily life. Perhaps you're driving and see someone throwing trash on the street. You could choose to ignore it, but if your values include respect for the environment, an act of integrity would be to speak gently with the person or even pick up the litter and dispose of it properly. These small actions accumulate and shape your character over time. In the context of personal relationships, acting with integrity might mean being truthful about your feelings and communicating them respectfully instead of harboring resentments or being passive-aggressive. You choose to be open and honest even when it's uncomfortable. This not only improves your relationships, but also gives you a sense of freedom and authenticity. Consider beginning each morning with a brief meditation on your values. Ask yourself, how can I act with integrity today? What are my values and how can I live them fully? This prepares your mind and heart to face the day with purpose and determination. Each decision you make throughout the day, no matter how small, can be informed by this morning reflection. It's important to remember that acting with integrity doesn't mean being perfect. We all make mistakes. What matters is recognizing these errors, learning from them, and continuing to strive to live according to your values. Self-compassion is an important aspect of this practice. Be gentle with yourself when you fall short, but remain committed to doing better next time. The third meditation focuses on cultivating courage, a fundamental virtue in Stoicism that can bring profound change to your life. Think about the challenges you might face in the day ahead. Remember that we all have fears, some small, like speaking in public, while others might be deeper, like changing careers or confronting a personal problem. The meditation on courage is about recognizing these fears and finding the strength to face them head-on. First, acknowledge your fears. This isn't about being ashamed of them, but seeing them for what they are, obstacles that can be overcome. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the capacity to act despite it. When you recognize your fears, you strip them of their power. They stop being invisible monsters and become tangible challenges that you can face. Think about your comfort zone. We all have one, and it's a safe place where we feel comfortable and protected. But to grow, it's necessary to step outside this zone. Courage allows you to do this. When you venture outside your comfort zone, you discover new opportunities and experiences that can enrich your life. It could be something simple like learning a new skill, or something more significant like making an important decision. Reflect on the benefits of facing your fears. Each time you act with courage, you become stronger. You build confidence in yourself and your capabilities. This confidence is essential for achieving your dreams, regardless of how big or small the challenge might be. Each act of courage brings you closer to your objectives. Seneca, one of the great Stoic philosophers, once said, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." Living with courage means not hiding from life's challenges, but facing them directly. It means knowing that regardless of the outcome, the simple act of trying is already a victory. Each morning, as you reflect on courage, you prepare yourself to face the day with determination and strength. The daily practice of courage meditation can transform your life, making you wake up each day with a clear mind and a brave heart, becoming more resilient and capable of dealing with adversities without being shaken. Courage allows you to live a fuller and more authentic life, where you're not controlled by fear, but guided by the determination to achieve your dreams. The fourth practice involves seeking self-knowledge through dedicated reflection on your motivations and emotions. When we speak of seeking self-knowledge, we're referring to dedicating time to reflect on our motivations and emotions. In Stoic meditations, this practice is essential for achieving wisdom and inner peace. But how does this work in practice? Think of your mind as a garden. If you don't tend to it, weeds, which represent negative emotions and thoughts, will take over and suffocate the flowers that represent your peace and happiness. Self-knowledge is the practice of mental gardening, the act of identifying these weeds, understanding why they're there, and working to remove or transform them. Dedicating time to reflect on your motivations means questioning why you act in certain ways. What are your true desires? What are you trying to achieve with your daily actions? Sometimes we might be following a path that doesn't bring us true satisfaction simply because we haven't stopped to ask ourselves what we really want. Stoic meditations suggest beginning each day with a period of silent reflection. Upon waking, reserve a few minutes to be in silence, focus on your breathing, and observe your thoughts and feelings without judging them. This is the moment to connect with your inner self and understand what's happening within you. For example, you might notice that you're feeling anxious about an important meeting at work. By recognizing this anxiety, you can begin to explore its roots. Are you afraid of failing, or perhaps worried about others' judgment? Identifying these hidden motivations is the first step to addressing them in a healthy way. Understanding yourself is the key to wisdom, because when you know your own motivations and emotions, you begin to act more consciously and intentionally. Instead of being carried along by the current of emotions, you become the captain of your own ship, directing your life with clarity and purpose. This practice of self-knowledge helps cultivate resilience. In difficult moments, you'll have a deeper understanding of your strengths and weaknesses, allowing you to deal with challenges more effectively. Stoic philosophy teaches us that we cannot control what happens around us, but we can control how we react to these situations. The foundation of this controlled reaction is self-knowledge. The fifth meditation encourages finding joy in the journey rather than fixating solely on destinations. We're often conditioned to think that happiness is something to be achieved in the future, something that will be waiting for us at the end of a long road. Perhaps you think you'll only be truly happy when you get that promotion, buy your dream house, or reach an important personal goal. However, This vision can blind us to the beauty and opportunities that are right before our eyes, here and now. The Stoics remind us that true joy isn't at some distant point in the future, but in the process, in the journey we take every day. Life is composed of a series of present moments, and it's in these moments that we must find our contentment. This doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or ambitions, quite the contrary. Having objectives is important and can motivate us to grow and improve. But by focusing only on the final destination, we risk neglecting the richness of the present experience. Imagine taking a long hike up a mountain trail. If you're only obsessed with reaching the summit, you might miss the beauty of the landscape around you, the wildflowers, the sound of birds, the fresh mountain air. Each step, each small discovery along the way contributes to the total experience of the hike. Similarly, in our daily lives, each small gesture, each interaction, each task can be a source of joy if we're present and open to it. Perhaps you have an important project at hand and you're anxious to complete it. However, instead of concentrating only on the conclusion, try to find pleasure in the process itself. Appreciate the opportunity to learn something new, to collaborate with colleagues, to face challenges and overcome them. Each workday is an important part of the journey, and there's always something valuable to be found if you look carefully. The sixth practice involves learning to trust your intuition as an inner compass for authentic living. Imagine beginning your day with a moment of silence, a moment to connect with yourself and listen to that inner voice that's often drowned out by external noise. This is the heart of Stoic meditation, focused on intuition, a powerful habit that can change how you view the world and make decisions. Stoic philosophy, which emerged in ancient Greece, teaches us to cultivate inner peace and wisdom. One of the fundamental practices of the Stoics is morning meditation, where we reflect on principles that help us live more fully and consciously. Among these principles, trust in our intuition occupies a special place. Intuition is that inner voice we all have, a silent guide that connects us with our deepest self. Often it manifests as a presentiment or a sensation, something we feel without needing immediate logical explanation. However, in a world full of information and noise, trusting intuition can seem challenging. This is where the practice of Stoic meditation can make all the difference. Every day upon waking, reserve a few minutes to sit in a quiet place. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. As you do this, begin to focus your mind on the idea of trusting your intuition. Imagine yourself before a crossroads where various external voices are trying to influence your decision. Amid this chaos, visualize a soft, constant light. This light represents your intuition. It doesn't shout, doesn't force, it simply guides. Ask yourself, what is my intuition trying to tell me? As you pose this question, observe the feelings and thoughts that arise. Don't judge them, just let them flow. The seventh meditation centers on appreciating solitude as a sacred space for self-connection and renewal. Imagine yourself on a calm morning, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains, the world outside still asleep while you awaken to a new day. It's in these tranquil moments that you have the opportunity to connect with yourself, to allow yourself to dive into your deepest thoughts. This is the perfect time to begin your Stoic meditations that will shape your day and eventually transform your life. It's essential to reserve moments to be alone, to distance yourself from the world's noise and find peace within yourself. Solitude is not loneliness. It's a state of being where you're completely in tune with yourself, without external distractions. In these moments of solitude, you can truly know yourself, understand your deepest thoughts and feelings. Appreciating solitude doesn't mean isolating yourself from the world, but rather taking time for yourself. Even if it's just a few minutes every morning, it can be as simple as waking up a little earlier before everyone around you starts their day, or reserving a quiet moment before sleep. Find a peaceful place where you feel comfortable and safe, and allow yourself to be present in the present moment. When you allow yourself to be alone, you open space for introspection and renewal. It's a moment to reflect on your past experiences, learn from your mistakes, and celebrate your achievements. It's also a time to visualize your future, set goals, and create an action plan to achieve them. In solitude, you find mental clarity and inner peace, which allows you to face the day's challenges with serenity and determination. The eighth meditation focuses on using reason as your guide through emotional turbulence and challenging decisions. Amid the turbulent emotions we face daily, reason acts as our compass, guiding us with clarity and wisdom. We all face situations that awaken intense emotions, whether at work, at home, or in social interactions. Sometimes these emotions can overwhelm us, obscuring our judgment and leading us to make decisions we might regret later. This is where the meditation on reason comes into play. The meditation on reason is about learning to discern between what is real and what is illusory. Begin your day reflecting on this, what is under your control and what isn't. Remember the words of Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers: "Some things are under our control and others are not." This simple recognition can completely change how you face daily challenges. Reserve a moment every morning to make this distinction. Ask yourself, what are the things I can really control today? Perhaps you can control your attitude, your actions, the way you respond to others. But there are many things beyond your control, like others' behavior, traffic, or the weather. By making this reflection, you begin to cultivate a calmer and more centered mind. You realize it makes no sense to spend energy and time worrying about what you cannot change. Instead, you focus on what's within your reach, doing your best with what you have. The ninth practice involves becoming a source of light and positive influence in the world around you. Each morning is a new opportunity to positively impact others, whether at home, at work, or anywhere you might be. This principle is a cornerstone of Stoic thought and can completely transform how you see the world and how the world sees you. Upon awakening, reserve a moment to reflect on how you can be this light. Reflect. How can I be a positive influence today? The answer doesn't need to be grandiose. Small actions often have the greatest impact. A smile, a word of encouragement, or a gentle gesture can make all the difference in someone's life. Being a source of light also means leading by example. True leadership isn't about power or authority, but about serving with love and compassion. When you act with integrity and treat others with respect and gentleness, you inspire those around you to do the same. This creates a cycle of positivity and kindness that spreads like waves in a lake. The Stoics believe that virtue is the only true wealth. By being a source of light, you cultivate virtues like wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These are qualities that not only improve your own life, but also elevate others. The final meditation involves practicing conscious observation of your thoughts, emotions, and actions without judgment. The meditation of observation is a fundamental practice for anyone who desires to live according to Stoic principles. This practice involves observing your thoughts, emotions, and actions without judgment. It might seem simple, but the depth of this practice can bring great changes in how you live and interact with the world. When you wake up in the morning, reserve a few minutes to sit in a quiet place. Close your eyes and breathe deeply, focusing only on your breathing. Allow yourself to be present here and now. As your mind begins to calm, start observing your thoughts. Don't try to control or block them, just observe. Be a neutral observer, watching your thoughts pass by as if they were clouds in the sky. Don't judge these thoughts. Don't categorize them as good or bad. Just notice them. This process of non-judgmental observation is crucial because it allows you to become aware of your mental patterns without becoming emotionally involved with them. For example, you might notice that you frequently think about work worries or situations that cause you anxiety. By simply observing these thoughts without engaging with them, you begin to understand that they are just thoughts, not necessarily reflections of reality. This gives you the opportunity to choose how to respond to them more consciously and deliberately. The observation of emotions works similarly. When you feel an emotion like anger or sadness, allow yourself to feel that emotion without judgment. Recognize it and observe how it affects your body and mind. Perhaps you feel tension in your shoulders when you're angry, or tightness in your chest when you're sad. By observing these physical sensations without judging them, you learn to be present with your emotions without being dominated by them. This practice isn't limited to meditation moments alone. Throughout the day, continue observing your thoughts and emotions. If you notice you're becoming irritated in a situation, stop for a moment and observe this irritation. Ask yourself where it comes from and whether it's really worth investing energy in it. Often, just this moment of pause and observation is enough to dissipate the negative emotion. The observation of actions is also essential. We often act automatically without thinking about the consequences of our actions. By practicing conscious observation, you begin to perceive these automatic moments and have the opportunity to act more deliberately. If you notice you have the habit of responding impulsively to criticism, for example, conscious observation can help you take a moment to breathe and respond more thoughtfully. The meditation of observation, when practiced regularly, can lead to greater self-awareness and self-control. You begin to see your mental and emotional patterns with more clarity and can make more conscious choices about how to respond to them. This not only improves your emotional well-being, but also the quality of your interactions with others. As you incorporate these meditations into your morning routine, you'll be strengthening yourself not only to face the day with serenity and wisdom, but also to cultivate a resilient mindset centered on Stoic values. Let each morning become a new opportunity not only for personal growth, but also for alignment with the teachings of the great Stoic masters, transforming each challenge into a chance for inner improvement and positive contribution to the world around you. The beauty of these practices lies not in their complexity, but in their profound simplicity and the cumulative power they hold when practiced consistently. Each meditation builds upon the others, creating a comprehensive framework for living that addresses every aspect of human experience, from our relationship with ourselves to our interactions with others, from how we handle success to how we navigate failure, from our quiet moments of reflection to our most challenging decisions. The transformation that comes from these practices is both subtle and profound. You may not notice dramatic changes immediately, but over weeks and months of consistent practice, you'll find that your responses to life's challenges become more measured, Your sense of purpose becomes clearer, and your capacity for joy and peace expands significantly. The ancient Stoics understood that wisdom is not gained through intellectual study alone, but through the daily practice of living according to philosophical principles. These morning meditations serve as daily reminders of what it means to live well, to respond rather than react, to choose our attitudes regardless of external circumstances, and to find meaning and purpose in the simple act of being human. They remind us that each new day brings fresh opportunities to practice virtue, to contribute positively to the world around us, and to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Through this consistent practice of morning reflection and intention setting, you join a tradition that stretches back over 2 millennia, connecting you with countless individuals who have found in Stoic wisdom a reliable guide for navigating life's complexities with grace, courage, and inner peace. Life presents us with an undeniable truth that cuts to the very core of human experience. People come and go from our lives like seasons changing, each bringing their own unique weather patterns that can either nourish our souls or leave us feeling devastated in their wake. We form bonds with others, build intricate connections that seem unbreakable, and often anchor our entire emotional well-being to these relationships. Yet what happens when these carefully constructed bonds suddenly fracture? How do we navigate the treacherous waters of emotional upheaval when someone who once occupied a central space in our heart no longer shares that sacred ground with us? Perhaps even more challenging is the realization that arrives like a cold dawn, the recognition that our emotional investment was never truly reciprocated, that we were pouring our hearts into a vessel that was already overflowing with indifference. You might find yourself asking the questions that have plagued humanity since the beginning of time. How do I stop caring so deeply? Can I truly detach emotionally without losing an essential piece of who I am? Is it possible to protect my heart without building walls so high that I can no longer experience genuine connection? These are the profound questions that have led countless individuals to seek wisdom in the ancient philosophy of Stoicism, particularly in the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who ruled Rome while simultaneously ruling his own inner world with remarkable discipline and insight. The Stoics were not cold, emotionless beings, as popular misconceptions might suggest. Rather, they were masters at understanding the full spectrum of human emotions, not by avoiding them or suppressing them, but by learning how to balance their grip on our lives and redirect their power toward constructive ends. Emotional detachment, as understood through the Stoic lens, is not about becoming cold, indifferent, or disconnected from the rich tapestry of human experience. It is not about building impenetrable walls around your heart or numbing yourself to life's beautiful and painful moments. Instead, it represents a profound shift in perspective, a way of regaining the power to act with clarity, wisdom, and inner peace, regardless of the external circumstances that swirl around us like autumn leaves in a windstorm. The journey toward emotional freedom begins with a fundamental understanding that permeates all Stoic thought: the recognition of life's impermanent nature. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journal that would later become known as Meditations, reminds us with startling clarity that everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. This profound observation strikes at the heart of our emotional attachments, revealing how often we cling desperately to our personal perspective of someone, a carefully constructed narrative we create about their importance in our life, their role in our happiness, and their permanence in our world. The reality that the Stoics understood so clearly, and that we must learn to accept, is that all relationships exist within the framework of transience. One moment you share an intimate connection with someone, feeling as though your souls are intertwined in ways that could never be undone. The next moment, they're gone, whether through physical distance, death, the slow fade of intimacy, or the sudden shattering of trust. People leave our lives for countless reasons, and while this truth may initially seem bleak or discouraging, it actually contains within it the seeds of liberation. This is the Stoics' first principle of emotional detachment, the complete embrace of impermanence as not just an intellectual concept, but as a lived reality that shapes how we engage with every relationship and every moment. When you truly realize, not just understand intellectually, but feel in your bones that no connection is guaranteed to last forever, you become infinitely more conscious of the present moment. You stop taking for granted the people who are currently in your life, and you simultaneously stop clinging so desperately to those who are no longer serving your highest good. Have you ever tried holding on to a handful of sand at the beach, watching as you squeeze your fist tighter and tighter, only to see the grains slip through your fingers with increasing speed? This simple experience illustrates a fundamental law of existence that applies just as powerfully to human relationships. The more we try to possess something or someone, the more likely we are to push them away or lose our own sense of peace in the process. Consider the story of a friendship that spanned over a decade, filled with shared dreams, mutual fears, and countless late-night conversations that seemed to bind two souls together in unbreakable ways. Yet over time, as life's currents carried each person in different directions, the once strong connection began to weaken. The emotional investment that had been made over years felt like a heavy chain, binding one person to someone who no longer reciprocated the same level of connection or care. It wasn't until the painful but necessary acceptance that the friendship had run its natural course that true emotional freedom became possible. Marcus Aurelius would have offered the same wise counsel that echoes through the centuries. Accept that things will end, and you will suffer far less when they inevitably do. This acceptance doesn't mean becoming cynical or closed off. Rather, it means approaching relationships with an open heart while maintaining the wisdom to let go gracefully when the time comes. The second fundamental principle of Stoic emotional detachment centers on mastering your emotions through the disciplined application of rational thought. There exists a pervasive tendency in our culture to believe that emotions control us, that we are helpless victims of our feelings, tossed about by waves of pain, sadness, anger, and attachment that seem to arise from nowhere and overwhelm our capacity for clear thinking. When we're emotionally attached to someone, these reactions feel not only natural, but inevitable. However, here lies a truth that can be difficult to accept, but is ultimately liberating. Emotions are not reality itself, but rather products of our thoughts, beliefs, and interpretations of events. Marcus Aurelius and the Stoic philosophers held a deep, unwavering belief in this principle that forms the foundation of all emotional mastery. We are not at the mercy of our emotions. Rather, our emotions are at the mercy of our thoughts. The mind, when properly trained and directed, holds absolute power over how we respond to the world around us. As Marcus Aurelius wrote with characteristic clarity, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Emotional detachment begins with this profound realization. Your mind possesses the remarkable ability to govern your emotional state. The thoughts you choose to think about someone can either ignite a devastating storm of feelings that leaves you emotionally shipwrecked, or they can pacify that same storm, bringing calm waters and clear skies to your inner landscape. This is not about suppressing emotions or pretending they don't exist, but rather about understanding their true source and learning to direct them consciously. Imagine you're navigating the choppy waters of a difficult breakup, feeling emotionally shattered and replaying conversations endlessly in your mind. You find yourself overanalyzing every detail, asking torturous questions like, "Why did this happen?" or "How could they move on so easily?" The Stoic response to this mental torment is to shift your focus entirely. Instead of allowing your emotions to control your thoughts, you ask different questions. What are the actual facts here, stripped of my emotional interpretation? And how can I think about this situation in a way that serves my well-being rather than destroys it? The key lies in choosing thoughts that free you from emotional suffering rather than thoughts that fuel the fire of your pain. This choice is always available to you, even in your darkest moments, though it may require considerable practice and patience to master. Consider this carefully. When something happens that triggers strong emotions, when you argue with someone you love, feel ignored or dismissed, or experience disappointment, what is the very first thing your mind does? It immediately begins interpreting the situation and assigning meaning to it. But here's the crucial insight that can change everything. It's not the event itself that causes your emotional turmoil. It's the way you perceive, interpret, and give meaning to that event. Marcus Aurelius captured this truth beautifully when he wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." This means that your emotions are a direct result of your internal dialogue, the ongoing conversation you have with yourself about what things mean and how you should feel about them. Picture this scenario. You send a heartfelt text message to someone you care deeply about, perhaps a friend, romantic partner, or family member. Hours pass and there's no response. Immediately, your mind begins its interpretive work. Did I say something wrong? Are they angry with me? Do they not care about me anymore? With every passing minute, the emotions build like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. First a slight concern, then frustration, perhaps escalating to anxiety or even anger. But what's the actual truth of the situation? Is it the delay in their response that's causing your emotional storm, or is it your interpretation of their silence? The Stoic response is to challenge that automatic emotional reaction with clear, rational thought. What are the verifiable facts? The fact is that they haven't responded yet. Everything beyond that single fact is pure speculation, mental storytelling that may have absolutely no basis in reality. Instead of allowing your emotions to spiral into chaos, you can choose to pause. You can recognize that your feelings of anxiety, rejection, or anger are not rooted in what actually happened, but in the story your mind has constructed about what their silence means. Marcus Aurelius offers this invaluable advice. Question your thoughts rather than simply accepting them as truth. This principle played out powerfully in a personal experience where a close friend suddenly stopped responding during an important conversation. Initially, the silence seemed insignificant, but as hours passed, a creeping unease began to take hold. Maybe they're upset with me, came the thought. Maybe I said something wrong. By the time night fell, the mental narrative had escalated to the point where the friendship seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Emotions ran wild, worry, guilt, frustration, all building on a foundation of pure speculation. But when the focus shifted to examining what was actually happening rather than what might be happening, a crucial realization emerged. Nothing had actually happened. The friend had simply gotten busy, and when contacted calmly the next day, they responded without any issue, completely unaware of the emotional storm that had been self-generated. In that rare moment of clarity, Marcus Aurelius's words rang true. Focus on what's within your control, your thoughts and actions, not on outcomes or other people's feelings that lie beyond your influence. The third principle that can revolutionize your approach to emotional attachment involves a practice that might initially seem counterintuitive or even counterproductive: negative visualization. At first glance, you might wonder why anyone would deliberately choose to imagine losing something or someone they care about. Doesn't that approach simply add unnecessary stress and anxiety to an already challenging situation? The truth, however, is that this Stoic exercise, strongly advocated by Marcus Aurelius, represents one of the most powerful tools available for healthy emotional detachment. The concept is elegantly simple, yet profoundly effective. By imagining worst-case scenarios in advance, you significantly lessen their emotional impact when and if they actually occur in reality. This practice doesn't transform you into a fatalistic or pessimistic person. Rather, it trains your mind to accept reality as it actually is, rather than how you desperately wish it would be. Marcus Aurelius expressed this wisdom when he wrote, "Do not disturb yourself by imagining the whole of your life's troubles at once. Rather, as each arises, meet it with calmness and self-control." In essence, negative visualization serves as a form of emotional preparation, building resilience by allowing you to face potential losses before they occur. The practice works like this. Imagine a person to whom you're deeply attached, a romantic partner, a close friend, a family member who seems essential to your happiness. Now, spend time visualizing your life without them. Picture them no longer being part of your daily routine, no longer available for conversations, support, or shared experiences. How does this exercise feel? Uncomfortable? Painful? That discomfort is precisely the point and the source of its power. The Stoics believe that by facing the emotional discomfort of loss within the safety of your own mind, you reduce its power to completely devastate you when loss inevitably occurs in real life. This isn't about becoming callous or preparing for the worst. It's about building the emotional resilience needed to navigate life's inevitable changes with grace and strength. Consider the experience of someone whose best friend was considering moving to another country. They had been practically inseparable for years, and the thought of physical separation across an ocean filled every fiber of their being with dread. But rather than suppressing that fear or trying to convince their friend to stay, they chose to embrace the discomfort through negative visualization. Every day, they would spend time imagining what life would be like without their friend's physical presence. They pictured themselves going through daily routines, hanging out with other friends, and finding joy in new experiences and relationships. By the time the friend actually made the move, the emotional preparation had done its work. The loss still carried sadness. That's natural and healthy. But there was no devastating blow, no sense of being blindsided by grief or crushing loneliness. The imagined loss had been mentally rehearsed, and that preparation made all the difference between drowning in sorrow and swimming through it with dignity. Another crucial aspect of negative visualization involves recognizing that loss is simply a natural, unavoidable part of the human experience. Everything and everyone you cherish will one day be gone, either through separation, fundamental change, or death. This isn't meant to be a morbid or depressing thought, but rather a deeply liberating one. When you stop expecting permanence from inherently impermanent things, you stop feeling entitled to have things remain exactly as they are. And when you release that sense of entitlement, the fear of loss begins to diminish significantly. Consider how this applies to romantic relationships. Most people enter relationships with the unconscious assumption that they will last forever. They don't plan for things to end. They don't prepare emotionally for the possibility of separation. But the truth that Stoicism forces us to confront is that nothing in life comes with guarantees. Rather than clinging to the false hope of permanence, the Stoic approach encourages you to appreciate what you have while you have it, knowing full well that it will eventually change or end. This shift in perspective can be incredibly freeing. In one example, someone found themselves in a relationship where they were constantly anxious about it ending. The thought of losing their partner consumed their thoughts and drained their energy. But when they began practicing negative visualization, regularly imagining life after the relationship, something remarkable happened. They stopped obsessing over trying to control the outcome and started appreciating the present moment. When the relationship did eventually end, they found themselves far more prepared than they had ever thought possible. The real gift of negative visualization lies in its ability to strengthen your inner resilience. By repeatedly imagining challenging scenarios, you develop an inner stability that can't easily be shaken by life's inevitable changes and losses. You learn at the deepest level that no matter what happens, you will not only survive, but potentially thrive. And that knowledge represents the ultimate form of emotional detachment, not from life itself, but from the exhausting illusion that things must remain exactly the same for you to be happy and fulfilled. The fourth transformative principle focuses on one of the most empowering realizations available to human consciousness: the clear distinction between what lies within your control and what lies forever beyond your influence. When it comes to emotionally detaching from someone in a healthy way, this distinction becomes absolutely crucial for your mental and emotional well-being. The reason this principle is so powerful is that an enormous amount of the pain we experience in relationships stems directly from our futile desire to control things that we simply cannot control. Marcus Aurelius, in his deeply personal meditations, repeatedly emphasizes the critical need to focus exclusively on what falls within our sphere of influence, our thoughts, our actions, and our responses to whatever life presents us. Everything else, other people's behavior, feelings and decisions, the outcomes of situations we're invested in, the passage of time and its effects, exists completely outside our control. The more energy you expend trying to control what lies beyond your influence, the more you will inevitably suffer. Emotional detachment, when properly understood, is not about coldly distancing yourself from others or building walls around your heart. Rather, it's about releasing your attachment to outcomes you cannot dictate while maintaining your capacity for genuine care and connection. When you're deeply attached to someone, whether romantically, platonically, or within family dynamics, it's completely natural to want to influence how they feel about you. You want them to care about you with the same intensity that you care about them. You want them to appreciate your efforts, reciprocate your affection, and treat you with the respect and consideration you believe you deserve. But here's the truth that can be simultaneously harsh and liberating. You cannot control another person's emotions, thoughts, or behaviors. You cannot make someone love you, appreciate you, or treat you well, no matter how much effort you pour into the attempt. The only thing that truly lies within your control is how you choose to respond to their actions and how you decide to treat yourself in the process. Take a moment to reflect honestly on a time when you exhausted yourself trying to influence someone's feelings or behavior toward you. Perhaps you bent over backward trying to win someone's affection, constantly going out of your way to prove your worth to them. Maybe you found yourself walking on eggshells, carefully monitoring every word and action to avoid disappointing them or triggering their negative reactions. How did this experience feel? Most likely, it left you feeling frustrated, anxious, and powerless because you were essentially chasing something that was never truly within your reach. Consider the experience of someone who found themselves in a relationship where they felt like they were constantly working to keep things together. No matter how much effort they invested, planning thoughtful dates, sending caring messages, being emotionally available and supportive, it felt like they were always one step behind their partner's emotional needs and expectations. When their partner would become distant or withdraw, they would try even harder, creating an exhausting cycle of endless anxiety because they were attempting to control how their partner felt about them and the relationship. The breakthrough came when they finally began embracing the Stoic principle of focusing only on what they could actually control: their own actions, their self-worth, and their response to the situation. They realized they couldn't make their partner love them more or treat them better. All they could control was their own behavior and their decision about whether to continue accepting treatment that didn't align with their values and needs. In that moment of clarity, they chose to emotionally detach, and the relief that came from releasing that impossible burden was profound and immediate. One of the most liberating realizations you can embrace is what might be called emotional autonomy. The understanding that your happiness, peace of mind, and emotional stability do not depend on someone else's behavior or feelings toward you. When you place your emotional well-being in another person's hands, you essentially give away your power to them. You become a prisoner to their actions, moods, and decisions, riding an emotional roller coaster that you have no ability to control. Imagine you're in a friendship where you constantly feel sidelined and undervalued. Your friend doesn't make time for you the way they used to, and you find yourself feeling neglected and hurt. It's natural for this situation to cause pain, and you might catch yourself ruminating endlessly on what you did wrong or why they've become distant. But here's the key insight. Their behavior is completely outside your control. The only thing within your power is how you choose to respond to the situation. Do you want to continue spending your precious mental and emotional energy chasing after someone who doesn't seem to value your friendship? Or would you prefer to focus on nurturing the relationships and activities that genuinely bring you joy and fulfillment? When you shift your attention to what you can actually control, your own emotional state, your choices about how to spend your time, your decisions about which relationships to prioritize, you begin to reclaim your personal power. You no longer wait desperately for someone else's validation or attention to feel whole and worthy. Instead, you create your own emotional equilibrium, independent of external circumstances that may be completely beyond your influence. This doesn't mean you care less about the people in your life. It means you stop allowing their actions to dictate your inner peace and self-worth. The journey toward emotional freedom often involves recognizing patterns where you've given too much power to how others treat you. If they were distant or dismissive, you felt unworthy and questioned your value. If they were warm and attentive, you felt validated and valued. This creates an exhausting emotional dependency where your sense of self rises and falls based on other people's behaviors and moods. But when you begin applying Stoic principles consistently, you can make a conscious decision to stop tying your self-worth to how others act toward you. You begin focusing on cultivating your own emotional well-being independent of their behavior. This doesn't mean you care less about people. It means you stop letting their actions dictate whether you feel peaceful, confident, and content. The ultimate goal of healthy emotional detachment isn't indifference or emotional numbness. It's acceptance. Acceptance that life is inherently unpredictable, that people are complex and changeable, and that no matter how much you might wish otherwise, you cannot control everything that happens to you. What you can do is accept things as they actually are, rather than as you wish they would be. When you're dealing with a painful breakup, for instance, you might feel lost, hurt, and overwhelmed by the situation. Your mind naturally races with questions. What if I had done something differently? Why did this happen? Can I somehow fix this? These are understandable questions, but they're rooted in a desire to control something that has already happened, a wish to reverse or change an outcome that is now part of your history. Instead of tormenting yourself with endless what-if scenarios, the Stoic response is to accept the reality of your situation. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In other words, the obstacles and challenges we face are not roadblocks to our growth and happiness. They are opportunities to develop strength, wisdom, and resilience. When you accept what lies outside your control, you stop wasting precious energy trying to change the past or manipulate other people's feelings and decisions. Instead, you can focus that energy on moving forward constructively, learning from your experiences, and making choices that align with your values and goals. This principle was tested during one of life's most challenging periods, the sudden and painful loss of a relationship that had seemed solid and secure. Initially, the mind was consumed with a desperate desire to understand why it happened and what could have been done differently. But gradually, the realization emerged that the only path to genuine peace lay in accepting the situation exactly as it was, not as it was wished to be. The past couldn't be changed, and the other person's feelings couldn't be controlled or manipulated. The only thing that could be controlled was the response to that loss. Instead of clinging desperately to what was gone, the choice was made to embrace the present reality. In that acceptance, strength was found. Not the strength to change what couldn't be changed, but the strength to move forward with grace and dignity. The fifth and final principle involves learning to reflect on the bigger picture when you find yourself deeply entangled in the intense emotions of a relationship or difficult situation. It's remarkably easy to lose all sense of perspective when you're in the thick of emotional turmoil. Stoic philosophy, particularly through the profound teachings of Marcus Aurelius, encourages us to regularly step back from our immediate concerns and reflect on the grander scheme of existence. Marcus Aurelius frequently emphasized that our troubles, fears, and obsessive desires are merely fleeting moments in the vast expanse of time and space. By adopting this broader perspective, emotional detachment becomes not only possible, but natural. This practice involves asking yourself penetrating questions that shift your focus from immediate emotional chaos to a higher level of reflection. Will this pain truly matter in 5 years? Does this person actually define my entire existence and worth as a human being? Am I allowing temporary circumstances to overshadow the bigger picture of my life? Shifting your focus from immediate emotional turmoil to this expanded view helps you realize that much of your distress is tied to temporary circumstances that will inevitably change and pass. Stoicism consistently reminds us that no single person or event should wield such overwhelming power over our emotional well-being and sense of self. When you become overly attached to someone, it's easy to unconsciously make them the center of your entire universe. Your happiness, self-worth, and sense of purpose can become so entangled with their presence or absence in your life that you lose touch with your own independent identity and value. But stepping back to see the bigger picture reminds you that life is constantly changing, and relationships, however intense and meaningful they may be, are just one part of your much larger journey as a human being. You are a complete, whole individual with your own unique path, experiences, dreams, and potential for growth. No other person, regardless of how much you love them or how much they mean to you, should have the power to make you forget this fundamental truth about yourself. In the intense heat of a breakup or emotional conflict, it can be extraordinarily challenging to grasp this perspective. When you're in the middle of heartbreak, it can feel like your entire world is collapsing, as if the future has lost all its brightness and possibility. But reflecting on the larger scope of your life helps you understand that you've survived emotional storms before. Life moved forward, wounds healed, and you emerged stronger and wiser from those experiences. Think back to previous relationships, heartbreaks, or moments when you genuinely believed your world was falling apart. Those wounds that once felt permanent and devastating have healed. You not only survived those experiences, but learned valuable lessons about yourself, about love, about resilience, and about what you truly need and want in your relationships. This is the natural rhythm of human experience. We face challenges, we grow from them, and we become more capable of handling future difficulties with grace and wisdom. Consider the story of someone who went through a painful breakup that initially felt like the complete end of their world. For weeks, they fixated obsessively on the past, feeling as though the future had lost all its color and possibility. But gradually, as they allowed themselves to reflect on the bigger picture, they began to see the relationship not as the defining moment of their entire existence, but as one important chapter in a much larger, ongoing story. By zooming out from the immediate pain, they could see the relationship as part of their journey of learning about love, compatibility, personal boundaries, and what they truly needed in a partnership. This broader perspective allowed them to begin the process of emotional detachment, not because they stopped caring about their former partner, but because they understood that clinging too tightly to any single relationship or experience only creates unnecessary suffering. The Stoics, particularly Marcus Aurelius, consistently emphasize the impermanence of all things, relationships, emotions, situations, and even life itself. Everything in existence is in a constant state of flux and change. What truly matters is not whether we can prevent change from occurring, we can't, but how we choose to respond to these inevitable transformations. By reflecting on the bigger picture, you cultivate a profound sense of inner peace that comes from knowing life will continue to flow forward regardless of your temporary attachments and concerns. This broader perspective allows you to emotionally detach in the healthiest possible way, not because you become apathetic or disconnected, but because you understand that clinging too tightly to fleeting experiences only leads to unnecessary suffering. Emotional detachment, when practiced with wisdom and compassion, is not about developing apathy or closing yourself off from the beautiful complexity of human relationships. It's not about building impenetrable walls around your heart or numbing yourself to life's profound joys and sorrows. Instead, It's about building genuine resilience and gaining conscious control over how you respond to life's inevitable changes and challenges. The path that Stoicism offers is not a quick fix or an easy escape from the complexities of human emotion. Rather, it provides a sustainable way to inner peace and emotional freedom. By embracing the impermanence that characterizes all of life, mastering your emotions through the disciplined application of rational thought, practicing negative visualization to build resilience, focusing exclusively on what lies within your control, and regularly reflecting on the bigger picture of your existence, you discover that emotional detachment is actually an act of profound self-liberation. This approach frees you from the exhausting cycle of trying to control outcomes that were never yours to control in the first place. It releases you from the burden of making your happiness dependent on other people's choices, feelings, and behaviors. It allows you to love deeply while holding lightly, to care genuinely while maintaining your emotional independence, and to engage fully with life while remaining unshaken by its constant changes. The next time you find yourself gripping too tightly to someone or something, pause and ask yourself this fundamental question: do I control my emotions, or do they control me? The answer to this question will reveal whether you're living as a prisoner to external circumstances or as a free person who chooses their responses consciously and deliberately. Emotional freedom awaits those who possess the courage to let go, not of love itself, but of the desperate need to control and possess. In that letting go, you don't lose anything essential. Instead, you gain something infinitely more valuable, the unshakable peace that comes from knowing that your well-being, your worth, and your capacity for joy come from within yourself and cannot be taken away by any external circumstance or any other person's choices. Have you ever wondered if the secret to transforming your life's biggest challenges into your greatest opportunities might have been discovered over 2,000 years ago? Imagine possessing the ability to face life's inevitable storms with a calm so powerful that nothing could shake your inner peace. This might sound like a superpower reserved for comic book heroes, but it's not merely a fantasy or an impossible dream. This ancient wisdom represents a time-tested philosophy that remains as practical and relevant today as it was in the bustling markets and marble halls of ancient Rome and Greece. Stoicism, often misunderstood as a philosophy of emotional suppression or cold indifference, actually teaches us something far more profound and liberating. While we cannot control every aspect of our external circumstances, we possess absolute power over how we choose to respond to those circumstances. In today's world, where uncertainty seems to be the only constant and change arrives at an ever-accelerating pace, these ancient teachings could very well be the anchor we've all been desperately searching for in the turbulent waters of modern existence. What if I told you that Stoicism is fundamentally more about purposeful action than passive thought? It's about consciously choosing to live a life filled with genuine purpose, unshakable resilience, and authentic happiness, regardless of what unpredictable circumstances life decides to throw your way. This philosophy isn't about suppressing your emotions or pretending they don't exist, but rather about understanding them deeply, managing them wisely, and channeling them constructively to lead a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. Whether you're currently dealing with overwhelming stress, facing significant adversity, or simply looking to discover more joy and meaning in your everyday experiences, the principles of Stoicism offer practical tools that can fundamentally transform not just the way you think about life's challenges, but the way you actually live through them. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts meant for academic debate, but concrete practices that can be immediately applied to create positive change in your daily experience. The foundation of Stoic wisdom begins with a revolutionary shift in perspective that can turn frustration and helplessness into empowerment and peace of mind. Have you ever found yourself trapped in traffic, fuming over delays that are completely beyond your control, or scrolling through social media only to become upset over negative comments that strangers have left? These scenarios happen to all of us, and they represent the small but persistent tests that challenge our mood and peace of mind throughout each day. Here's where Stoicism offers a game-changing perspective that can transform these everyday irritations into opportunities for growth and inner strength. The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who understood suffering intimately, having been born into slavery, once said that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that truly matters. This simple statement contains profound wisdom that can revolutionize how we approach every challenge in our lives. Think about this concept for a moment. Traffic jams, bad weather, negative comments from others. These are all completely outside our sphere of control. We cannot change them no matter how much energy we expend wishing they were different. However, what we can absolutely change is how we choose to react to these external circumstances. This realization isn't just ancient wisdom, it's supported by modern psychology as well. Carl Jung, a giant in the field of psychological understanding, famously stated, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." This aligns perfectly with Stoic practice. It's about recognizing that our only real power lies in our ability to choose our responses, thoughts, and actions. Let's make this practical with a concrete example. Say you're stuck in that infamous traffic jam, running late for an important meeting that could impact your career. You have two fundamental choices in how to respond. You can spend that time consumed by anger, honking your horn aggressively and allowing stress to flood your system. Responses that won't make the cars ahead of you move any faster and will only damage your own well-being. Alternatively, you can take a deep breath, accept the situation as it is, and perhaps use that unexpected time to listen to an educational podcast, an inspiring audiobook, or simply enjoy some music that lifts your spirits. The external traffic situation hasn't changed at all, but your internal response has transformed completely, and with that shift, your stress levels decrease and your day takes on a much brighter outlook. This Stoic principle of focusing exclusively on what you can control extends far beyond just dealing with traffic delays or weather conditions. It applies fundamentally to our personal goals, our reactions to other people's behavior, and our entire approach to obstacles and challenges in life. As Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who ruled Rome while simultaneously mastering his inner world, reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This isn't just inspiring rhetoric, it's a practical tool for daily living. The next time you find yourself becoming worked up over something that lies outside your control, remember these wise words from our Stoic mentors. Ask yourself this simple but powerful question: is this within my control? If the answer is no, practice the art of letting it go. Instead, focus your precious mental energy on your reaction, your mindset, and your actions, the things you can actually influence. This simple shift in focus can have a profound impact on your stress levels and overall happiness. It's not always easy to implement, especially when we've spent years reacting automatically to external circumstances. but it's absolutely worth practicing every single day. Building on this foundation of focusing on what we can control, Stoicism teaches us an even more transformative concept: the art of embracing obstacles as opportunities for growth and learning. This might sound counterintuitive at first, since most of us have been programmed by society to view obstacles as nothing more than barriers to our success and happiness. However, Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus completely flip this conventional narrative on its head. They teach us that when life throws unexpected curveballs our way, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we should ask, "What can I learn from this experience?" This shift in questioning represents a fundamental change in how we relate to life's challenges. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journal that would later become the treasured Meditations, penned these powerful words: "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What he means is that every obstacle, no matter how daunting or unwelcome, not only tests our resilience, but also teaches us valuable lessons that contribute to our growth as human beings. This perspective isn't limited to ancient philosophy. It's echoed by modern psychological understanding as well. The famous psychologist Carl Jung observed that what you resist persists. By fighting against obstacles and treating them as enemies, we actually give them more power over our emotional state and our lives. But by accepting them and actively seeking to learn from them, we can not only overcome them, but transform them into stepping stones toward becoming stronger, wiser, and more resilient individuals. Let's make this practical with real-world examples. Imagine you're facing a series of rejections from job applications, a situation that can easily spiral into self-pity and crushing self-doubt. But what if you chose to view each rejection as valuable feedback rather than personal failure? Perhaps there's a specific skill you need to develop, or maybe you need to adjust your job search strategy. Each no becomes information that guides you toward a better approach, turning a series of rejections into a path for professional development and self-improvement. Another example might be personal conflicts in relationships. These situations are invariably uncomfortable and stressful, but they also offer invaluable opportunities to practice patience, develop empathy, and refine our communication skills. Every disagreement becomes a chance to understand different perspectives and to enhance our ability to resolve conflicts constructively. The discomfort doesn't disappear, but it gains meaning and purpose when viewed through this lens. The essence of embracing obstacles as opportunities lies in consistently asking ourselves, "What can this situation teach me?" Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, we become active learners and creative problem solvers. This doesn't magically make facing obstacles easy or painless, but it does mean that we approach them with a mindset geared toward growth and discovery rather than mere survival. Epictetus captured this beautifully when he said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is truly the heart of Stoicism, the ability to see beyond the immediate pain or frustration of an obstacle and discover the lessons and opportunities it presents for our development as human beings. Closely connected to this concept of transforming obstacles into opportunities is the profound practice of living fully in the present moment. We hear about this constantly in our modern world. Live in the now. Be present. Practice mindfulness. But what does this really mean in practical terms, and why is it so fundamentally important for our well-being and growth? Living in the present moment means fully embracing and experiencing where you are at this very second, rather than allowing your mind to wander off into worries about tomorrow's uncertainties or regrets about yesterday's mistakes. It's about recognizing that life, with all its beauty, challenges and surprises, happens exclusively in the now. This isn't a new concept invented by modern self-help gurus. It has been a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy for over 2 millennia, echoed by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius understood this principle deeply when he wrote, "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment." He recognized that the power of living in the present lies in its ability to ground us, clear our minds of unnecessary distractions, and allow us to appreciate the richness of life as it actually unfolds, rather than as we imagine it should unfold. But why is staying present so challenging for most of us? Our minds are often cluttered with a constant stream of thoughts, worries about what might happen next, replaying conversations or events that have already occurred, planning for future scenarios that may never materialize. This constant mental noise pulls us away from the beauty and potential that exists right here, right now. As Carl Jung put it, the least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. Living in the present moment gives profound meaning to even the smallest everyday experiences, enriching our lives beyond what we might have imagined possible. Aristotle spoke about the importance of being mindful of the present as a pathway to achieving eudaimonia, a state of being happy, healthy, and prosperous in the deepest sense. He believed that by focusing our attention on the here and now, we could live more virtuously and make the most of our human experience, extracting meaning and joy from ordinary moments that we might otherwise overlook. So how can we practically cultivate this habit of living in the present? It begins with mindfulness, the art of paying deliberate attention to the present moment without judgment or the compulsive need to change what we're experiencing. When you eat your next meal, try to savor each bite instead of mindlessly consuming food while multitasking. When you walk, notice the feeling of the ground under your feet, the air on your skin, the sounds around you. When someone is speaking to you, listen actively and fully, instead of planning what you're going to say next or thinking about other things. These simple acts of mindfulness consistently bring us back to the present, making our lives richer, more meaningful, and more satisfying. Seneca offered this wisdom: true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. He understood that anxiety about what's to come or what has been only serves to diminish our happiness and peace in the current moment. Living in the present doesn't mean ignoring the future or forgetting the past entirely. Rather, it's about finding a healthy balance where we learn from our past experiences and plan thoughtfully for our future, without allowing those activities to consume and overshadow our present experience. It's in this balance that we discover genuine peace and contentment. This practice of present moment awareness naturally leads us to another crucial Stoic principle: the development of authentic self-discipline. The word self-discipline might initially bring to mind images of rigid schedules, harsh restrictions, and a life devoid of enjoyment, but this perception misses the true beauty and power of what self-discipline actually represents. Self-discipline is not about restricting your life or punishing yourself. It's about empowering yourself to make choices that align with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's about consistently choosing what's right for you, not what's merely easy or immediately gratifying in the moment. At its core, building genuine self-discipline is about achieving mastery over ourselves, the ability to say yes to things that truly serve our well-being and growth, and no to things that don't, even when making those choices requires effort or temporary discomfort. Whether it's maintaining a consistent exercise routine, saving money instead of making impulse purchases, or choosing to work on an important project instead of getting lost in endless entertainment, these choices might not deliver instant gratification, but they pave the way for long-term satisfaction, genuine achievement, and deep fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius understood this principle when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This powerful statement highlights the essence of self-discipline. It's about maintaining control over our impulses, emotions, and actions, despite the external temptations and distractions that life constantly presents to us. Seneca offers additional wisdom on this subject, advising us to be steadfast and control our desires rather than being controlled by them. He understood that true freedom, the kind that no external circumstance can take away, comes from within, from our ability to govern ourselves and our appetites according to our values rather than our momentary impulses. But why is self-discipline so fundamentally important for a fulfilling life? Aristotle provides insight into this question. He believed that we achieve excellence and virtue through habit, through consistently making choices that reflect our highest values. By practicing self-discipline, we cultivate habits that lead us toward becoming our best selves. It's not about occasional bursts of willpower when we feel motivated. It's about consistently making choices that reflect our values and goals, even when we don't feel like it. Building self-discipline also connects with modern psychological understanding. Carl Jung emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our personality to live fully and authentically. This integration requires self-discipline because we must learn to navigate the competing desires and impulses within our psyche, choosing paths that contribute to our overall well-being and growth, rather than just satisfying immediate urges. So how can we build self-discipline in our daily lives? Start small and be patient with yourself. Pick one area where you want to improve, whether it's your diet, exercise routine, spending habits, or work productivity. Set clear, achievable goals and focus on progress rather than perfection. Remember that every time you make a choice that aligns with your values and long-term goals, you're strengthening the muscle of self-discipline. Epictetus reminds us that no great thing is created suddenly. Self-discipline is built through small, consistent actions repeated over time. It's about making progress, not achieving perfection overnight. Every day presents new opportunities to practice self-discipline, to choose actions that move us closer to who we want to become. As we develop greater self-discipline and present-moment awareness, we naturally become better equipped to handle one of life's greatest challenges, developing emotional resilience. When life throws its inevitable curveballs, we all experience a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling angry, sad, frustrated, or overwhelmed is a completely natural part of being human. But here's what makes all the difference. It's not just about the emotions we feel, but about how we choose to handle them. This is where the transformative power of emotional resilience comes into play. Emotional resilience is like a superpower that allows us to navigate through life's storms with grace and emerge stronger on the other side. It's about acknowledging our emotions without judgment, understanding them with compassion, and then taking positive steps to move forward rather than being swept away by the intensity of our feelings. The Stoics had profound insights about emotional resilience. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This insight touches the very essence of emotional resilience, recognizing that while we might not have control over what happens to us, we absolutely have control over how we choose to respond. Our emotions don't have to control our actions or determine our outcomes. Seneca offered wisdom about facing adversity without losing our inner composure. He taught that life's hardships are actually tests of our character and resilience, opportunities to discover our inner strength and grow in wisdom. By facing our feelings with understanding and patience, rather than resistance or avoidance, we can develop into wiser and more robust individuals. But how do we practically develop this emotional resilience? It starts with cultivating self-awareness. Becoming mindful of our emotions and reactions helps us understand ourselves at a deeper level. It's important to give yourself permission to feel whatever emotions arise. Acknowledging your emotions without harsh judgment is the first step toward healthy emotional processing. Instead of reacting impulsively when strong emotions arise, we can learn to pause and choose responses that align with our values and long-term well-being. This doesn't mean suppressing emotions or pretending they don't exist. Rather, it means creating space between feeling an emotion and acting on it. Aristotle spoke about the golden mean, finding balance between excess and deficiency. This concept applies beautifully to emotional resilience. It's about finding a balanced response to our emotions, not suppressing them entirely, but also not letting them completely overpower our judgment and actions. Carl Jung emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our psyche to achieve psychological wholeness. Part of this process involves honestly confronting our emotions, understanding their messages, and learning from them. This integration is at the heart of developing genuine emotional resilience. When you find yourself in the grip of strong emotions, try this approach. First, give yourself permission to feel what you're feeling without immediately judging it as good or bad. Then, take a step back and try to understand what triggered these emotions. This reflection can provide valuable insights into your emotional patterns and help you respond more skillfully in the future. This journey of developing emotional resilience connects deeply with one of Stoicism's most profound practices, memento mori, which means remember you will die. Before you dismiss this as morbid or depressing, understand that the Stoics used this concept not to create fear, but to inspire a deeper appreciation for every moment and to motivate more intentional living. Great Stoic minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus embraced this practice because they believed that by keeping the inevitability of death gently in mind, we would live more fully, more consciously, and with greater gratitude for the present moment. They understood that awareness of life's finite nature could inspire us to focus on what truly matters and let go of petty concerns that drain our energy without adding value to our lives. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the transience of life in his meditations, encouraging us to live in a way that's true to our deepest values and to make the most of the time we're given. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." This isn't meant to be depressing or anxiety-provoking. It's a powerful call to action, a reminder to focus on what genuinely matters, to release trivial concerns, and to live with authentic purpose and integrity. Seneca wrote extensively about the shortness of life, urging us not to waste our precious time on meaningless activities or relationships that don't contribute to our growth and happiness. He believed that being mindful of death encourages us to live more wisely, to cherish our relationships more deeply, and to appreciate our experiences more fully. How can we incorporate memento mori into our lives without it feeling like a dark cloud hanging over our heads? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing awareness of mortality as something fearful, we can view it as a powerful motivator to live our lives to the fullest. It's about embracing the present moment instead of postponing our dreams, our expressions of love, or our pursuit of meaningful goals for some undefined future that isn't guaranteed to any of us. Think about the things you've been putting off, perhaps pursuing a passion project, reconnecting with old friends, expressing gratitude to people who have impacted your life, or simply taking time to appreciate the small joys that surround you every day. Memento mori reminds us not to take our time for granted. It encourages us to live more authentically, to say what we mean, to love openly and without reservation, and to be fully present in our lives. This practice also deepens our gratitude for the experiences we have. When we remember that our time is limited, we're more likely to cherish our experiences, to live more mindfully, and to express appreciation for the people and moments that enrich our lives. The awareness of impermanence, rather than making life feel meaningless, actually makes every moment more precious and significant. This heightened awareness of life's preciousness naturally cultivates one of the most transformative practices we can adopt: gratitude. It's fascinating how such a simple concept can have such a profound impact on our overall life experience. Gratitude is about shifting our focus to what we have rather than dwelling on what we're missing, what we lack, or what we wish were different about our circumstances. The Stoics understood that happiness doesn't come from accumulating more possessions, achievements, or external validation, but from genuinely appreciating what we already have in our lives. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of focusing on the present and finding joy in simple things that we might otherwise overlook. He said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This is gratitude in its purest form, recognizing the fundamental value of life itself and the countless gifts it offers us each day, many of which we take for granted. Seneca taught about how our desires can lead us astray, always chasing after more and never finding true satisfaction. He suggested that by focusing on what we have and understanding that many of the best things in life are already within our grasp, we can find genuine contentment that doesn't depend on external circumstances. But how do we practice gratitude, especially when life throws significant challenges our way? It starts with making gratitude a daily habit. Each morning or evening, take a few moments to reflect on 3 specific things you're grateful for. These don't have to be major achievements or events. They could be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a meaningful conversation with a friend, the beauty of a sunset, or even the fact that you have a comfortable place to sleep. This practice literally helps rewire our brains to focus on the positive aspects of our experience, boosting our mood and overall outlook on life. Gratitude also means learning to embrace challenges and find lessons within them. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this experience?" This shift in perspective helps us appreciate our experiences, both pleasant and difficult, as valuable steps in our journey of growth and self-discovery. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps us build stronger, more meaningful connections with others. By expressing genuine appreciation for the people in our lives, we not only brighten their day, but also strengthen our relationships. A heartfelt thank you or acknowledgement of someone's positive impact can go a long way in showing them that they're valued and appreciated. Modern psychology strongly supports the benefits of regular gratitude practice. Studies have consistently shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience less anxiety, sleep better, have stronger immune systems, and maintain a more positive outlook on life. As Carl Jung observed, the word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. By acknowledging and being grateful for the full spectrum of our experiences, we find a deeper, more authentic form of happiness that isn't dependent on everything going our way. This foundation of gratitude and present moment awareness creates the perfect environment for focusing on personal excellence, not in comparison to others, but as an expression of our own values and potential. The Stoics had a profound understanding of what true excellence means. They believed that virtue and character excellence are the only genuine goods in life, and that everything we do should aim toward living a virtuous, meaningful existence. Marcus Aurelius exemplified this principle when he wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of personal excellence. It's about embodying the values we admire and consistently striving to live by them every single day, regardless of what others are doing or achieving. Seneca emphasized the importance of continuous self-improvement and lifelong learning. He advocated for a life lived in accordance with reason and our highest nature, suggesting that true excellence comes from within and is reflected in our actions, choices, and character, rather than in external achievements or recognition. What does focusing on personal excellence look like in our day-to-day lives? It starts with setting personal standards based on our own values and aspirations, not on societal expectations or comparisons with others' achievements. It's about knowing who we are, understanding our strengths and areas for growth, and taking consistent steps toward improvement and self-development. Personal excellence is also about resilience, how we respond to setbacks and failures, not just how we handle successes. Aristotle said, "Excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny." This means embracing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as threats to our self-image. Focusing on personal excellence involves cultivating what modern psychology calls a growth mindset, the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication, hard work, and learning from mistakes. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges, persist in the face of setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery rather than a sign of inadequacy. Personal excellence also means living authentically, being true to ourselves and our values even when it's difficult or unpopular. It's about making choices that reflect who we are and who we want to become, and taking genuine pride in our journey, including both the struggles and the triumphs we experience along the way. This commitment to personal excellence naturally helps us develop one of the most liberating skills possible: the ability to care less about others' opinions and more about living authentically. In our social media-saturated world, where likes, followers, and comments often seem to dictate our self-worth, It's easy to fall into the trap of measuring our value through the lens of external validation and approval. But here's a liberating truth that the Stoics understood deeply. Your worth isn't based on external validation from others. It's about being true to yourself, embracing your authentic nature, and living in alignment with your deepest values and principles. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinions of others." This observation highlights a paradox many of us live with. We care more about ourselves than anyone else, yet we often value others' judgments more than our own self-assessment. Seneca echoed this sentiment by emphasizing the importance of living a life true to oneself rather than one shaped by others' expectations or desire for approval. He believed that genuine contentment comes from within, from living a life that's congruent with our principles and values rather than one designed to impress others. So how can we start caring less about what others think and more about being true to ourselves? First, understand that you are the author of your own life story. You have the power to define your worth based on your character, values, actions, and the positive impact you have on the world, not based on society's changing standards or other people's opinions. Second, practice regular self-reflection. Ask yourself honest questions. Whose life am I living? Am I making choices based on my own desires and values, or am I trying to fit into someone else's expectations? Reflecting on these questions can help realign your actions with your authentic self. Third, embrace vulnerability and authenticity. Being true to yourself means being open about your imperfections and accepting that you're a work in progress. Understand that perfection is an illusion, and it's perfectly acceptable to make mistakes and learn from them. This authenticity actually attracts the right people into your life, those who appreciate and value the real you. This journey toward authenticity and self-acceptance prepares us for one of life's greatest challenges and opportunities, learning to accept and even embrace change. The reality is that change is not just inevitable, it's absolutely vital for our growth, development, and long-term happiness. The only constant in life truly is change itself, and learning to go with the flow and embrace life's inevitable shifts makes navigating through them less frightening and more like an adventure. The Stoics had an incredibly healthy and wise perspective on change. They saw it as a natural part of the universe's rhythm, rather than something to be feared or resisted. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" This profound acceptance of change as part of the fabric of life helps us understand that each change, whether we initially perceive it as positive or negative, has its place in our personal story and development. Seneca taught that becoming too attached to our current circumstances inevitably leads to disappointment, because those circumstances will certainly change. He advised us to remain flexible and to understand that change is not just an unavoidable part of life, but a necessary component of our personal development and happiness. How can we become more accepting of change? First, by acknowledging that change is simply the natural order of things. Everything around us exists in a constant state of flux. Seasons change, people come and go from our lives. Our bodies are continuously renewing themselves at the cellular level. Embracing change means embracing life itself in all its dynamic complexity. Second, by practicing mindfulness and present moment awareness. Being fully present allows us to appreciate our current experiences without clinging to them desperately. This awareness creates space for acceptance when those experiences inevitably evolve or come to an end. Third, by actively seeking the lessons and opportunities within each change. Every shift in our lives, no matter how challenging, brings opportunities to learn, grow, and develop new strengths. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this experience, and how can it help me grow?" This acceptance of change, combined with all the other Stoic principles we've explored, creates a foundation for one of the most important practices of all: developing genuine compassion and empathy for others. Despite our individual differences, we're all navigating the complex, challenging, and beautiful journey of being human. By fostering an understanding and caring attitude toward others, we contribute to making the world a kinder, more compassionate place. The Stoics placed great importance on the virtues of compassion and empathy. They believed deeply in the interconnectedness of all human beings and taught that kindness and understanding toward others are essential aspects of living a virtuous, meaningful life. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that human beings are inherently social creatures, meant to live in harmony and cooperation with one another. He said, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." This beautifully illustrates the idea that our individual well-being is intrinsically connected to the well-being of others and our communities. How can we practice compassion and empathy in our daily lives? It starts with truly listening, really listening, to the stories, experiences, and feelings of those around us. It's about putting ourselves in others' shoes, imagining their struggles, their joys, their fears, and their hopes. This act of understanding can bridge the gap between us, fostering genuine connection and shared humanity. Another way to cultivate compassion is through small acts of kindness, no matter how seemingly insignificant. A genuine smile, a kind word, a listening ear. These simple gestures can make a significant difference in someone's day and contribute to a more positive world. All of these practices, from focusing on what we can control to developing compassion for others, are supported by a final crucial habit: regular reflection and review. This practice involves taking meaningful pauses to look back on our actions, thoughts, and the paths we've traveled. It's about conscious growth, deep introspection, and continuously aligning our lives with our deepest values and aspirations. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings that we now treasure as meditations, provided a perfect model of this practice. He didn't just rule an empire. He regularly took time to examine his life, his decisions, and his moral compass through reflective writing. He saw this practice as essential to living a life of virtue and purpose. Seneca recommended regular self-assessment as a pathway to wisdom and self-improvement. He likened life to a play, suggesting that we periodically review our roles and performances. Are we acting in harmony with the character we wish to embody? Are our actions reflective of the values we hold dear? How do we incorporate this practice of reflection into our modern lives? First, by making it a consistent habit. Dedicate a few minutes each day, perhaps before bedtime, to reflect on your day. What went well? Where did you face challenges and how did you respond? This can start as a mental exercise, but writing it down often enhances the benefits and provides a tangible record of your growth journey. Second, use reflection as a tool for gratitude. In reviewing your day, also take note of moments that brought you joy, connection, or satisfaction, no matter how small. This balances our natural tendency to focus on problems and cultivates a more positive outlook on life. Third, approach this practice with kindness and compassion toward yourself. Reflection isn't about harsh self-criticism or judgment. It's about recognizing mistakes and challenges as opportunities for learning and growth. Be as understanding and supportive to yourself as you would be to a dear friend. These timeless lessons from Stoicism aren't just ancient wisdom gathering dust in philosophy textbooks. They're practical life tools that can help us deal with stress more effectively, make better decisions, and find genuine peace even in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. Remember, it's not the challenges we face that ultimately define us, but the strength we discover in facing them, the wisdom we gather from our experiences, and the compassion we share with others along the way. Each step forward, each moment of reflection, each act of kindness and courage is a brushstroke in the masterpiece that is your unique life. So let's not just exist passively, but live vibrantly, purposefully, and authentically. Let's embrace the ancient wisdom that can transform our modern challenges into opportunities for growth, connection, and genuine fulfillment. The journey of integrating Stoic principles into your daily life is not about achieving perfection or never experiencing difficult emotions. It's about developing the tools and perspective needed to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater wisdom, resilience, and inner peace. These practices work together synergistically, each one supporting and reinforcing the others to create a comprehensive approach to living well. As we conclude this exploration of Stoic wisdom, remember that transformation doesn't happen overnight. These principles require consistent practice, patience with yourself, and a commitment to growth over perfection. Start where you are, use what resonates most deeply with you, and gradually incorporate more practices as they become natural parts of your daily routine. The beauty of Stoicism lies not in its complexity, but in its practical simplicity and profound effectiveness. By focusing on what we can control, embracing challenges as opportunities, living in the present moment, and treating ourselves and others with compassion, we create a foundation for a life of genuine meaning, purpose, and satisfaction.